T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Trust you, you never hurt me. Now I'm disgusted, sustained adjusted. You're stepping on my toes, back up off me, take your hands off me, give me room to breathe. I'm not hearing it, I'm not fearing it, I'm up to my ears in it. Bullshit, I'm destructive, some women find that seductive, some say it's lunacy. Reluctantly, I've been moving on, I ignore you, sorry if I bore you, I neglect you, don't mean to disrespect you, can't you see? I love you dearly, and not sincerely, but you annoy me, you can't avoid me, I'm here to stay forever and ever in a day that's never. I can't let you go, I can't forget it. Why you did it? I won't permit it, I won't acquit it. I wanna fight you, I fucking bite you. Can't stand nobody like you. You can't run, you can't hide. No surprise, close your eyes, come with me. Yeah. Come with me. Come with me. Yeah, I like this. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Turn me up. Need you to turn me up. Yeah. Come on now. Yeah. Hear my cries, hear my call. Lend me your ears. You ready now? Come on, check this out. Hear my cries, hear my call. Lend me your ears. I wanna get this right. Baby. Hear my cries, hear my call. Lend me your ears. See my fall, see my errors, know my faults. Time halts, see my loss. Know I'm lacking, backtracking. Where I met you, pistol packing. Itchy finger, trigger happy. Try to trap me, bad rap. Wiretap me, backstab me. Break the faith, fall from grace. Tell me lies, time flies. Close your eyes, come with me, 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 come with me. I'ma take you with me. I wanna fight you, I fucking fight you. Can't stand nobody like you. You can't run, you can't hide. No surprise, close your eyes, come with me. I'ma take you with me. I'm here to stay forever and never in a day that's never. Come with me. Yeah. Yeah. Come with me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning. I gotta take you guys over to the other screen here real quickly. I have been watching this for a little bit here since you guys haven't been seeing this. Actually, I'm gonna take you to OB2. Let's see. We've got some interesting stuff going on with the order book here. Doesn't look like it wants to trade. It does. Nothing keeps popping up on the buy side, the bid side. The ask side comes and goes with orders that pop in and pop out. I know it's been that way for a little bit here, a couple minutes, and it hasn't changed. Normally, we do see a reset of the order book at some point, and then it'll come back. The ask side has come back twice, and then disappeared twice so far, with no orders going through. The last real volume went through at 7:02, which was like 12 minutes ago. So it's been like this for quite a while. Let's take a look at Ape. Last serious amount, I mean, not even serious, but the last something over 100 in volume happened at 7:03, about approximately 12 minutes ago. So again, no trading. I mean, there's been a few trades in here, but most of them, like the highest amount of trade since then has been like a 37 share. Oh, wait. There's a 61 share order here, but very, very low movement. Very, very interesting. Market makers refusing to make markets again. What's the deal? Oh, we done broke the system. We broke the system. Oh man. Well, there you have it. That's a broken system right there. Let's see if there's anything else going on like that. GME, let's see, they've got there's a 100 share trade right there at 7:02. Looks like GME hasn't traded since 7:02. Let's do something non-meme related. Tesla has traded 100 share. Last time it traded 100 shares was 7:15. Prior to that was 7:14. So it's still trading. Amazon's still trading. Cinemark hasn't traded since last. It's not doing after-hour trading or pre-market trading. Let's see, what else should we look at? Hood's kind of sort of trading. HYMC is not really trading. There's 1,000 shares at 1954. The bid side on HYMC is gone right now. Let's see here. This is HYMC. The bid side order is gone. Interesting. Very interesting. Nasir says European apes closed position only, can't buy ape. John says I don't have any problem buying ape shares, but apparently some people have not received theirs. Oh yeah, yep. Danny, I'll put up the poll. I will put up the poll. There's the poll. I have received all my ape shares. Maybe we'll start that next week myself. Let's see what the numbers come out to today. I have a feeling 100% delivery may have occurred by today. If not, it might be like 1%, 1 to 2% tops. So yeah, I was over there watching a little bit of Bigums last night with you guys. I was seeing your comments. I don't usually like to comment in other people's videos just because I don't like stirring up uh, the pot, I guess. I'm not there to make a commotion. I'm just there to listen. I didn't catch all of it, but me and my wife actually watched some of it last night. It was interesting. She was actually kind of shaking her head yes at a lot of the things he was saying. I haven't seen her get actively involved with the shaking of a head watching somebody else do a video before, so that was kind of fun to watch. But man, this order book. I'm actually gonna leave it on OBL2 here. I'm gonna keep this right here so we can watch and see how long it's gonna take before they actually start putting some orders into the order book. You can see people probably these appear to be people who are putting in limit orders to see if the system's still working. I would guess these are probably real retail orders in here. People putting in limit orders to see if it's working or not. If there's like some kind of like something broken going on. Mm. Yeah, the fanny pack song. I was laughing my butt off. That was the first time on Big M's show that I saw the fanny pack song. Yeah, I could play that. I need to get Phil for Reals. I think it's Phil for Reals video. I need to get his permission first, but let me get his permission and then I'll play it. Nasir, what are they saying? Congrats over. I missed it. And then Tendies plus plus. I put in Tendies plus plus in Bigham's. That was actually I think the first thing that I said in Bigham's uh, chat last night. I put in there Tendies plus plus because that's my favorite thing to say. He was talking about how important Ape is, and I was like Tendies plus plus. It is. Nasir said, Casey, it's been reported no more building homes in 38 states. Someone always knows. I'm telling you, that was the very first. That was the very first sign I remember from the 2008 crash. New home builds being canceled because they couldn't get the loans to start the building. When banks can't provide a simple home loan to start the building on a home, something's wrong. Something's wrong. You know what's up. I had an opportunity to talk on Ape Radio last night, and those guys they were asking me about um, Phase Six, and of course I haven't done my homework on Phase Six like Bigums has, and so I've always referred people to Bigums in regards to talking about Phase Six, and that was part of the reason why I had gone over there to start watching after I got off of Ape Radio. I wanted to see what Bigums was going to be saying about Phase 6. I need to do some more research and study on it. I haven't done any at all whatsoever. So I actually didn't get. I was late to show up on his live stream, so I didn't get to see his Phase 6 topic. But one of you guys in here said, everybody should watch that. I agree. I heavily think that you guys should go watch Bigum's information on Phase 6 if you want to know more about that. Nasir says 2008 all over again on steroids. I mean, you're not wrong, Nasir. If you go back and you look at the VIX from 2008 and compare it to now, this is we're on the press. Actually, if you look at the VIX and compare it to the rest of all of the recorded history of the VIX, we're on a a collision course with what I would say is probably one of the worst market crashes since the VIX has ever been in existence. The VIX, that's what you're actually you're going to see on your screen here for just a second while I pull this up because I can't remember how far back it goes, but I want to say it goes back as far as was it early 2000? No, 1997. We are on here. I'll take you guys over to the other page. In my estimation, we are on the precipice of seeing one of the worst crashes since the recorded history of this, which is 1997. This right here that you're looking at right now on the VIX is the 2008 market crash. This back here is 2001 right here. This is it was pretty negligible. But 2008 was much more violent. We just had COVID, which was this peak right here. Do note that whenever the VIX goes up, the higher the VIX goes up, the worse the markets get. So 2008, COVID, and in my opinion, we are on a direct course for what to me it looks like potential meltdown. Numbers on the VIX that we've never even seen before. We're starting the next run up right here at much higher levels than any other time before in the past. So I know there's a lot of lines on this page and you're probably looking at it going like, what the heck is going on here? A lot. there's a lot of research into some of the trend lines. You know, some of the craziest things, and I've talked about this before. Some of the craziest things is that the market pretty much predicted COVID before COVID even happened. You want to talk about pandemic? The market was seriously forecasting the pandemic before it even happened. It knew that there was going to be trouble. But yeah. I mean, you can see the trends and the breakout. You could see where it was going to break out at just going into the pandemic right here. You could see the breakout as far back as well. I would honestly wager to say that it was probably right around like maybe as early as like September of 2019. It did those last couple final tests of the trend line and then broke through. Which I think September of 2019 was about when it was first being announced. But the buildup was there. The trend line, the buildup to that breakout, the next breakout was all set up in advance and you could see it in the market. Market just needed a little bit of a push. Little push. Could be anything, right? Could be a volcano erupting, could be a president dying, could be a pandemic. Doesn't matter what it is, it's just a little tiny push and it breaks. Never know what it's going to be. Still looking kind of rough over here on the order board. It's been since 7:02 or 7:02 Eastern Standard Time that we've seen much trading going through here on AMC. But good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. BTW says when pre-market opened at 4 a.m. I knew trading was turned off on the algos. I mean, it hasn't been completely turned off. It was trading for the most part up until about 7:02 this morning, and then it just stopped. Look at somebody over here. Look at the Joker over here with the $20,000 limit order on 200 shares. I love these kind of guys. These are the gamers. These are the gamers in this community who are teabagging. The guys who like to teabag. Here we have a teabagger over here with a $20,000 order for 200 shares sitting there. Oh man, you guys crack me up. You really do crack me up. We have a wide range of personalities in this community, and I do love me some teabaggers. they they always kind of make me laugh a little. Um, I guess it's time to take a look at our numbers. I got different glasses on today, guys. One of my little nose pieces broke off on my other glasses. This pair is my older pair of glasses. So I might look a little different to you today, but uh, these are my Weezer glasses. I always feel they look like Weezer. Uh, and I had his name on the top of my head, and then it just disappeared. Rivers Cuomo. These are my Rivers Cuomo picture or glasses that are kind of scratched up a little bit, but they'll work. Rivers Cuomo is an interesting cat. I don't know if you guys know it or not, but he's very he's kind of antisocial, much like me, which you wouldn't guess. But when you meet me in person for the very first time, Airman can attest. I don't really come off as the same probably person in person as I do on the live stream. But he's an interesting guy. Nana says, "What are teabaggers?" In gaming, Nana, it's basically when you kill somebody in gaming, and then you run up to the body, and oftentimes what they'll do is they'll put a third person camera on, if you've gotten killed, that'll put a third person camera on your body, so you get to see your body dead there, and then the person who killed you runs up, stands over your body, and crouches up and down, and so they're basically uh, you know, dropping their nut sack on your face. That's what they call teabagging. So there you go. You have it explained. But it's just kind of a way to taunt people in the game. It's just a taunting action. Let's see here. Nana says thanks. Tendies plus plus says face nut punching. I've never heard it referred to as that. But that's pretty funny though. All right. David Smith says great play-by-play explanation. Thank you. I'm here to entertain apparently. So, all right, let's get into the numbers here, guys. It does look like the market's starting to trade a little bit here at 6:30. It looks like maybe the banks might have opened, started lending shares out again or something. Started to finally have just a little bit of activity over here. Guess not. Darren says Bigham's only had good things to say about you last night, Casey, and then you explained teabagging to start the day. I, I enjoy Bigham's a lot, and he's a good guy, and sometimes I get more credit than I deserve. So that's my bad, not his. All right, I'm gonna log into my broker, guys. Let me take you back to the Ape screen real quick here, and so you can see Ape and AMC before I take you over to the numbers page, and we'll do a quick rundown on the numbers. let me log in here. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there in a crucial moment. It's always best to have extra protection. One second. It's taking me a little bit longer than usual here. These glasses are not nearly as good as my old prescription, I can tell. I don't remember her saying that she changed my prescription, but these ones, I can tell it's not nearly as good. Oh, I know what it is. I have the lenses on the other ones that allow me to do reading and corrective vision. These don't have that. That's the thing. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. And fanny bagging was born. Oh, that's so special. All right, I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing. Fanny bagging. I'm not gonna be able to see what you guys are writing any longer. So hold those thoughts personally for me, especially those fanny bagging comments, or I won't get to see those. Fanny bagging. Oh man. Let's take a look at their numbers for the day today, see where we're at, because we're already having so much fun here. All right. Starting at the top left-hand corner, this is obviously not financial advice. I don't want you guys to think that this is us trying to try and give you any kind of financial advice. It's just four apes trying to get together on a daily basis to try and guess what the price is going to be within a $3 range. You can see that myself and Eric have sucked this week, really, really bad. But guess what? Everybody got a point yesterday. I was the one that was closest to not getting a point, since I had guessed 950 to 1250. But everybody got a point yesterday for price prediction tally points. So let me tally those up real quick here. It looks to me like Monty's gonna run away with the win for the week this week. But this has been a tough week, and I will say this: usually, and I don't know why this is the case, but usually whenever we have a rough week, that usually ends up being the time where we start seeing the most price movement coming up in the future. We usually get these pretty spot on, but this week has been difficult. Short exempt volume day over day. I know that's going to be lower. I haven't looked at it yet, but I just heard somebody mention it out earlier last night or late last night. And shares available to borrow on Stonko Tracker is showing 0 across the board. There is nothing there. Okay. Like, I have never seen Stonko Tracker say 0, like, for everything. This is very interesting stuff going on this morning, guys. 244,000 shares and short exempt volume. Yesterday's price was on AMC was down 0.1. That's not, yeah, that's right. Okay. And utilization. Let me refresh Ortex. Utilization is still at 100%. Let me verify the date before I confirm that. 25th, that is correct. Okay, so 100% utilization for 139 straight trading days. 139 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Sorry, I'm watching on the side out of the corner of my eye. I'm watching the order book, and it's actually somebody's placing limit orders in there, and the limit orders are going through. This is like a prime example of what I've been talking about. How if you put limit low orders for buying, and they go through, it's how you lower the price, and the price is going down because some idiots in here are putting in some limit buy orders at a penny lower just to see if the system's still running, and the orders are going through, and it's dropping the price by a penny. It's like, stop being idiots. Stop trying to drop the price and just to see if the market's still working. Like, don't. It's a pile of poo. Buy the ask. There's $9.52. You could drive it up three pennies. 3 pennies right now just by buying one share of the ask side. There's to drive the price up to $10 range right now, all somebody would have to do is buy 215 shares. They could drive the price to 1018 right now, just like that. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just watching it change in the corner of my eye, and I was just like, come on, guys, come on, stop breaking the system. All right, moving on. Taking a look at, let's see what's next. Max Payne. Right below me, Max Payne, that big number down there. This number's been kind of weird lately. I still haven't had a chance to talk to Mediocre yet, but 1850 yesterday. Today it's coming up at 1550 for Max Payne. So we're going to end out the week here at 1550 for Max Payne. My guess is that would be a combined total price between AMC and Ape, because obviously 1550 is nowhere near what we're at for AMC. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But taking a look at institutional ownership. Oh, maybe I should say what our combined price is. Our combined price between the two stocks right now is $16.13, so we're really close to that 1550. Institutional ownership. Yesterday was 155.7 million shares. Today is 155.6 million shares, which is slightly lower. In regards to the Ortex data, it looks like they're. Oh, we'll take a look at the numbers here in just a few minutes on Ortex and go through everything. But it looks like there's 190.71 million shares. We are 5 million shares away from the most we have ever seen on loan before. 190.71, which we'll take. I'll do the math on that in just a minute. Let's see what else we got going on. Short share interest of the free float at 21.18. Extremely high there. Let's take a look at it on Ape real quick. Oh, I forgot off exchange. I'll go back and do off exchange here in just a minute. Shares on loan is 155.85. That's another big increase for Ape. The short share interest of the free float on Ape is 30.25%. Again, we'll go back over to off exchange, which is right next to me, and take a look at that information real quick. Final numbers on, oh man, let's see, final numbers on AMC for that. We're at 55.21 through the off exchange and 8.37 through the CBOE EDGX, which is a total of 63.58, which is about a 0.5% lower than what I would expect to see on a normal day. So not a whole lot of movement there. Or I mean, not a whole lot of a change. That was kind of just a normal day in off exchange. This next page here, this is these are the final numbers for Ape, 52.65 and 11.34 through the EDGX for a grand total of 63.99, which is dang near 64%. So again, another kind of normal day for both AMC and Ape on off exchange. 64% of volume going through there is kind of a normal day. Taking a look at the options for AMC. By the way, we're still stalled out on AMC over here on price, on trades. I would imagine it's not going to change until 7 o'clock when they start getting to loan shares. Taking a look at open interest, our lottery ticket losers at a $41 strike price had 8.7 thousand contracts yesterday. It's the same today. Let's see, highest amount of volume on the call options is currently at a $20 strike price. Yesterday, at a $20 strike price, there was 10.8 thousand contracts. Today, there's 10.2. So there's some closing of call positions there. And then taking a look at puts, highest amount of volume appears to be at a $16 strike. Let me just make sure. Yeah, $16 strike price. And yesterday it was at 16. 15.4 thousand contracts yesterday at 16. Today there's 15.3. So just a small closing of positions there as well. Let me move a couple screens over and I'll take you guys over and we'll look at the rest of the information, the rest of the story. I feel like I can't say that. Can't steal somebody else's thing to say. Let's see here. Let's take a look at that Ortex data. See what the heck's going on there. All right. There's your 100. What did I say? 139 straight trading days of utilization being at 100%. Here's your on loan amount increasing day over day. Yet some more from 184.55 to 190.71. Let me just do some quick math and figure out what the difference is on that. Let's see here. We got 184.55. So 6.16 million shares. I'm just going to put 6.2. I know it's rounding, but I don't care. 6.2 million shares increased day over day on loan amount. Let's see how much of that was in short interest, estimated short interest. The rise on that was from 20.75 to 21.18. So 40.43. So about 2.2 million. I'm just going to put 2.2 million of that, which is about a third, which is pretty typical. We see about a third usually. Yesterday we didn't, but today back on track for about a third of the new loan amounts being short interest. So new short interest being opened by about 2.2 million contracts. No, 2.2 million shares, which would be, I think it would be 22,000 contracts, I think. Maybe not. Maybe it'd be, yeah, I think that's right. 22,000 contracts. So whenever on loan amount increases dramatically, on loan average age per day should continue to drive down further. And it did. Not a whole lot, but it still did continue to drive down. Let me zoom in on this little spot here where we're at so you can see it. It actually went from 33.76 to 33.44. So it is still driving down. Again, the on loan amount is so high right now that it's almost at the max that we've ever seen. Security lending volume was down yesterday from 25 million down to 22.5 million. And let's take a look at Ape. Yesterday, the amount of shares on loan was 138.18. Increase of 17.6 million shares day over day. New loan shares. Guess what? Utilization on Ape is now showing 100%. 100% utilization. So this is very, very interesting. The reason I say that it's interesting is because yesterday, when we ran the numbers yesterday, that Ortex was reporting was 66.06% utilization at 138 million shares. When if you do the math on that, you take 138.18 divided by 60.6066, and you get 209 million shares as being the total amount of shares that would be available to lend. But now we're at 155.85 million shares loaned out, and it's saying 100% utilization now. So let's look at security lending volume and what happened there. How much did security lending volume? Oh my gosh! Holy mo! All right, so this is the reason why. And this is when I've told you guys before, the kitchen sink. This is the kitchen sink right here. The reason why is that the on loan amount is not tracking now. Yesterday I said I've never seen that the security lending volume impacted on loan amount. Today it's not, because there was 100 million shares in security lending volume yesterday, but it's only reporting a change of 17.6 million on loan amount difference. So if you added 100 million shares, if you had added 100 million shares to the on loan amount, holy shit, this is insane. If you added 100 million shares to the amount of 130 million, it would be 230 million shares on loan. This is why we're at 100% utilization. We're at 100% utilization because they borrowed 100 million shares on top of the 130 that they had yesterday. Holy Toledo. Shut the front door. Wow. Guys, they are absolutely trashed right now. They're trashed. Secure. All right, hold on a second. We gotta look. I gotta look and see how many shares have been returned here. Hold on a second. They're getting trashed. Screw them. Screw them. Let's see. On loan returned. Let's see what the return values are. They returned 41.15 million shares yesterday, meaning that they took on an additional 60 million shares. 60 million on top of 130 would put us right about 200. Yeah, so it's really close to that 209 number. Yeah, so utilization at 100% I think is accurate. Every single loan from this point forward, going forward, every single loan that's taken out is just on top of the 100% utilization. There's your utilization right there. That's 100%. This line up here is 100% because yesterday it was 66.06%. Oh my gosh. I don't like getting excited, guys. I really don't. I don't want to get excited. These are just numbers to me, but I mean these numbers are they're proof. They're proof of what's happening here. Holy crap, they're getting screwed. This is a good old fashioned face nut punching. Oh man, that's really cool. All right, I feel like I should do like another post to Ortex, and be like, don't worry, Ortex, on my last post, don't need any explanation. It makes complete sense now. They're getting screwed. You didn't have to answer. You didn't have to tell us they were getting screwed yesterday, because you didn't tell us. But it's obvious in the numbers today that they are getting screwed. I'm sorry. These numbers to me are exciting, guys. I don't know. They may not be exciting to you, but they're exciting to me. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers from yesterday, Ape came in 8th, most heavily traded stock with 68% buys to 32% sales. AMC came in at 15th with 73% buys to 27% sales. And GME came in at 75% buys to 25% sales. I don't even want to hear questions today, guys, about like, do you still feel like this play is a good play? If I get that question today, I'm just gonna throw that chart up there. I'm gonna throw that Ortex chart and say like, huh, yeah, I do. This is proof right here. This is proof. You cannot deny this proof. It's just a good old teabagging. Oh man. So here's what I was referring to on Stocko Tracker. I don't think I've ever seen ETFs and shares available to borrow at zero and just a big fat zero showing up on here. Let me refresh this again and see if it's still the same way. It is. We got 7 more minutes before pokey stick of volume. SSR triggers at $8.61 for the day today. What? They don't even have ETFs showing up on their thing over here. All they have is available amount of shares to borrow, and that's it. And it does look like they borrowed some shares overnight, about 150,000. Yesterday, the total amount of borrowing amount that we tracked was about 1.55 million. So far this morning, it looks like they've borrowed about 250,000 shares at a 23.2% fee. How did so Bigham said something last night, and I can't. It'll come to me later what he said. And I looked over at my wife and I said, "Oh my God, Adam Air knew all along. He knew all along that something was going to happen." I can't remember what it was he said, but it was kind of an aha moment to me, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Adam Air knew all along what was going. Oh, the options being taken away on the day that they got taken away on, and knowing that it would take 24 hours for them to realize whether or not or they could bring the options back or not. That's what it was. Because they basically have till today. They have till today to, or I think it was until last night to decide whether they were going to be able to bring back options or not. Which means that if they realize that they couldn't by the end of today, that they couldn't change that, then Adam Air knew all along that checkmate meant that he knew what the moves were going to be and that they would be mated by Friday. There's still 712. 7:02 Eastern Standard Time. There has been some trades of shares in here in the hundreds, 200 range, 800, but there's still very, very low volume trading right now. Don't be one of those idiots who puts in some kind of limit number that's lower than the current price of 952 just to test to see if the system is still working. Like these idiots here at 949. Stop! Don't be an idiot like this. All you're doing is helping to drop the price. Let's see here. How did they do in the eastern side of the world? Let's see here. Eastern side of the world. Our futures. Our futures are set to open. It looks a little bit down. The VIX is showing up about 1.24%. Looks like we've got kind of mixed numbers, anywhere from 0.25 to 0.5% down. It's kind of like looks to be like the general consensus. We have Powell's talking today at 10 Eastern, so 9. We'll watch him talk. We'll watch the markets tank with him talking. I don't know. Maybe they won't. Maybe it'll be bullish. I don't know. Looks like we had mostly green on the other side of the world. The Shanghai was down 0.31. The Shenzhen was down 0.37. So not very much. There was 1% up on the Hang Seng. Everything else was marginally up. So far this morning in the pre-market, Tesla is down 0.34, Amazon is down 0.64, Cinemark it did not trade in the pre-market hours. Doge is down 2.19, Bitcoin is down 1.7, GameStop is down 1.13, HYMC is up 1.94. Hood does not appear to be trading. Well, it is trading in the pre-market, so it's breaking even. NCMI is up 1.61, Ape is down 2.2, and AMC is down 0.52. Let's see. So yesterday there was a total of about $5 million more in inflow than outflow. Volume this morning at 15.86 thousand. So low volume this morning on, as we've seen, because there's no trades. Usually when 7 o'clock hits, the loaning of shares happens and then the market starts moving a little bit better. So I would imagine in 3 minutes from now that we'll probably start seeing some more activity in the bid ask as once they get more shares available to start creating some liquidity again. But let's take a look at the Vortex indicator and the RSI. On the weekly time interval, we've got more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 44.64, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 37.26, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of 42.47, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more. I'm going to go with more selling pressure than buying. It looks pretty. Actually, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.1, which is about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.4, which is average. On APE, let's see, we've got 1 million more in outflow than inflow, with 29.3 thousand shares having been traded so far this morning. There has been more trades occurring on APE than AMC, but still very, very low activity, even though the boards got orders showing. I'm going to look at the hourly. I'm not going to do daily quite yet on the time intervals, but there is more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.59, which is below average. On the 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.32, which is just about average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.42, which is above average. So here we come. Pokey stick of volume in 1 minute and actually about 10 seconds here. We have 16,000 shares having been traded going into our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which is coming. Watch the activity start going now. So far, the pokey stick has shown about 43,000 shares traded so far. Very, very low volume. There's 104,000 shares. So it's looking like about 104,000 shares for a pokey stick of volume on AMC, which would I'm gonna go. I know yesterday I changed my numbers, but I'm gonna go 2040. This is really low volume. I'm gonna go 2040 on volume. I did make volume prediction on AMC yesterday, just barely. We were just slightly over 30 million. I'm gonna go 2040 today. Look at the look at the teabaggers really showing up over here on the ask side of the. We got one guy in here who's got a two share order limit order for 50,000. Bunch of chokers. Oh man. There's a 200 share order for 20,000, 40 share order for 2,500, a 10 share order for 2,000. There's even 100 shares for $100. This guy over here is going like, I'm not gonna teabag you that hard, just a tiny bit, just a tiny. just gonna tap you. $100, $100 for 100 shares. Come on, just hit it one time. Oh man. All right. 20 to 40 in volume prediction for the day today on AMC. Let's take a look at APE. I'm not going to change that number. I know it's low, but I'm not changing. On APE, we have going into that we had 30. We had a doubling of volume on the pokey stick for APE. It was 30,000 shares going in, and the pokey stick was 30,000 shares, giving us a grand total of 60,000 shares total traded. I mean, I don't usually do predictions lower than 2040, but I think with this low volume, it's actually a possibility. I'm gonna go 1030. I've never gone that low before on AMC, but that's what I'm gonna have to predict on this one. All right, let's see here. What am I doing? Going back to APE. All right, so 7 a.m. happened. Order book is still not really full on AMC. The active trades are not really going through nearly as much. I am getting blown up right now. Hold on a second. Let me see. Are you guys writing me messages like crazy here? Let's see. I can see what it is you guys are writing now, and you're absolutely blowing this thing up here. So what do you got? What are you guys saying here? Hmm. Brian says we call Longhorn fans tea sippers. I moved here, Brian. I'm not a Longhorns fan, so I just happen to live here. Dr. Drazzle or Dazzle, sorry, I said Drazzle. I think it's kind of a mistake to put price limits, but it is your money and your choice. I think it's a mistake to put price limits when you're holding uh, a royal flush in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you hold limitations when you're holding a royal flush? Why would you set any kind of expectations price wise when you're holding a royal flush? Why would you look at a full table of chips on it? Look at that entire full table, knowing that you have the best possible hand and saying, I'm only going to take maybe 10% of the chips on the table. Why would you do that? You have a royal flush. Every chip on that table could potentially be yours. I would say get better indicators that help you to learn how to trade than just some kind of price floor, because that is probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Roaster guy says, "Good morning, Casey and everyone. Can you explain why those numbers are exciting, dude? They've they've borrowed in 4 days. After 4 days of trading, they've borrowed 100% utilization, meaning that there's no shares left available to borrow. Based on the numbers that we're seeing right now here in this room, 2% of apes have not yet received their shares, meaning they can't borrow anymore to give to people who have not yet received their shares. It's they're stuck. There's no more borrowing left available, and there's still not everybody with shares yet. They're at 100% utilization. 100% utilization. Everything's been borrowed that can be borrowed, and not everybody has all their shares. Myself says, "Oh, Casey, can you explain the screen of proof?" Yeah, that's what I just did. Just woke up. Are there options on Ape? Mega, I haven't looked on it, so let's check it out real quick here. I'll look and see. Nope, nothing showing. Yeah, JP, I did, and I would highly encourage you to go back and watch the watch when I start talking about it, because it's pretty exciting stuff. Roaster guy said, "Well, it's not 230 million. It's just over 200 because they have returned some shares, but they still have loaned out. You're not wrong, Roadster. You're not wrong. They don't institutions don't have, but they're loaning out over 200 million shares right now. They're loaning out over 200 million shares, which is nearly half the float. I mean, it's a third. It's actually it's more than a third of the float. It's like I don't know what is it 40% of the float. 40% of the float loaned out, and not everybody has their shares yet. Like legit, like there's a lot of shares out there, guys. There's a lot of shares. I mean, you wanted proof. This is your proof right here. Good morning, Arthur. Johnny says, Casey Shaw, I saw that Cornet called CBOE and someone filed a complaint on an option chain and on Ape. For some reason, apparently it has only happened once in 20 years, 27 years. I watched the video as well. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about that video too much. You know, the one thing that I don't. I'm all people equal, guys. I mean, that is some. That's. I don't want to talk about it too much. I don't want to say anything actually about it in regards to that video. If you heard the video, you heard the video. But I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want anybody getting in trouble. So BTW says, Casey, this could be a lie. These are reported numbers, BTW. If it was a lie, then Ortex would be in serious trouble for being complicit in a lie. So these are reported numbers. These are mandated numbers that need to be reported by institutions. This is simply a collection of data. This is not a lie. That if somebody wants to try and throw that this is a lie out there, then you ask them, then why have you been saying that this is all that, it's only a portion of the data that's being reported? Okay, great. Guess what? That means it's even worse than what it is currently. They're reporting that it's already bad, and you're telling me that it could be worse. Okay, where's the argument? I don't get it. Because now all of a sudden, if they want to say like, oh, this is just a lie, they're just saying that they have more than they really have, and nah, come on, get real. If that, you know what, Arthur, um, I'm just gonna say that if something happens, I'm gonna make sure that she's taken care of. I will, I will make sure she's taken care of. I promise you that. I'm not gonna let somebody like that, somebody who's helped out our community, go unnoticed. Johnny says, Fidelity tweeted out if you were short AMC on the 19th and on the 22nd, you would be short AMC and Ape. That is correct. That's been known for almost, I want to say like a week after the announcement of AMC releasing Ape. We've known that for quite a while. Stephen Lieb says, "Why is this dropping?" A lot of the times, sometimes we're our own worst enemy, Stephen. And when people go in and they put in limit buy orders for less than what the current price is, it helps to drop the price. So that's part of the reason why. Yeah, no, no, no. I'm not. If it seemed like I was, I'm not angry at Dr. Dazzle or anybody about the idea. I just think that it's kind of the mentality of setting up some kind of price expectation when you're holding a royal flush at a card table. The expectation on how much money you can get is that's not how you would play. You would be trying to get as much as you possibly could. And so what I'm simply saying, point break Thors, is that you need to be trading on indicators, not trading on price floors. And I've got in the description box some very good indicators on videos that you can watch that'll take 26 minutes of your life to watch for looking for great indicators to telling you how to sell on the backside and to get within 25% of the top. great, great indicators. And you can go back and verify the information and verify for yourself that this kind of stuff is repeatable over and over and over and over everywhere you look in the market. Einstein says CPE data and Powell today, markets going down. Hold on a second. Let me just check something real quick here. What do we got going on here? That's not the one I want. Here we go. CPE data today. I don't think I have it pulled up. Yeah, I don't have it pulled up. I'll let you guys tell me what CPE is going to be. I'm just gonna watch Powell's bowels. John, good morning. Point Break Thor, you're absolutely welcome. I have a lot of really good information inside my description box. I think things that will help you out immensely. Please take some time to take a look at the description box, guys. I have everything that I have in there is in there for a reason. It's very, very important information that can help you massively. PCE data. I'm gonna ask that you guys let me know what that is because I don't have the page pulled up. I'm not gonna go looking for it right now. Maybe I will on my break. Maggie says, Casey, is there still squeeze potential or has Ape killed it? Oh, Maggie. Ape has Ape has done so much for us in giving us a realization as to what's happening in the market. Ape has done the farthest thing possible from killing this. So I don't know who's suggesting Ape killed this. But if there's anybody out there who's saying Ape has killed our squeeze potential, I, I I'm personally gonna cancel them. I'm not gonna watch them anymore. I'm gonna cancel them out and say you don't understand what's going on. Because if they don't understand and they're not seeing the numbers that are being produced, then they have nothing to offer this community. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Casey, with the sync, no, they would not. No, the sync doesn't work like that. The sync only works when the price is up, not down. They can't drop the price with the sync. They can only drop. I mean, sorry, let me rephrase that. They can't drop the price from its current value because they have to sell them for more than what they bought them for. So the kitchen sink, if you buy a kitchen sink for $100, you have to install it for over $100. You can't install your sink at $50 and be like, "Yay, I made money." No, you just freaking lost half your money. You have to throw the kitchen sink in when the price is higher to make money out of it. So no, they can't use the kitchen sink to drop price. That loses them more money. There's Maggie, there's no less squeeze potential today than there was before. In fact, I'd say there's more. Michael, that's probably all. You can only go back 5 years on the spy. That's kind of odd. I don't know where you want. This is the COVID right here. This is COVID. Let's see, 2008 right here. 2000 and the dot com, I'm stuttering. The dot com bubble over here. It's about, I can only go back to about 1993. So dot com bubble, 2008 housing crisis, COVID, and now. Einstein, the ape options were disputed validity based on all ape shares were already subject to existing AMC1 options. It would be like double dipping. Monty, thank you for the price prediction. 859 to 1159. You know, Micah, even my wife asked me that question last night. In regards to, I'll straight up tell you because she asked me this question not just last night but before as well. Um, I think that they're equally important in regards to our position, but I certainly cannot advise you as to which one I think is more important. All I can say is that if AMC equals tendies, then APE equals tendies plus plus. I think they're both very very crucial. I think that buying pressure on both is needed to be maintained in order to continue to have applied pressure on short positions. So I'm not going to even try to come close to telling you which one's more important. There is no. It's it's all AMC. It's just one's called something different. If you can't see that one, I mean, we lost 36.5% of our valuation out of AMC. We didn't lose it, but it transferred. 36.5% of our valuation transferred over to Ape. Ape is AMC. You need to stop looking at them as they're different. It's the same thing. Ape is AMC. It's just called something different, and it's got more benefits. That's it. It's the same. It's still AMC. And the part that's more makes it more valuable, and the reason that it's tendies plus plus, is that it wasn't shorted going into the creation of it. It's not shorted, but an extra shorting position was created when it was split. Steve, if I had to guess, they'll probably call it the ape crash or the meme stock crash, one of the two. I have a feeling they'll blame it on something other than what it is. Tendies plus plus says I'm important, damn it. Manny says I feel like there is less squeeze potential as far as how high the price can go. I feel like there is less squeeze potential as how. Manny, do you play poker? Because you're holding a royal flush and you're sitting at a poker table. Your potential is all based off of how long you can hold that hand for. And you can't fold any of those cards. If you fold those cards, if you fold one card out of those 5 cards, in which, of course, in Texas Hold'em, fold, but in a draw game like poker, like 5 card draw or something like that, yeah, 5 card draw, 5 card draw, poker, that's it, right? Like once you fold one of those cards, you've just lost your royal flush. You don't have a royal flush anymore. So you're literally sitting at a poker table with a royal flush, and you're telling me that there's less potential. The royal flush hasn't changed. It's still a royal flush. Wolfie, I did not talk about it because I had not received permission yet to talk about it. So no, I have not talked about it. I didn't want to. I don't like disclosing information that's handed to me privately. Anytime anybody ever talks to me in private, I always keep that information between me and that person. I don't talk about it. So no, Wolfie, I have not talked about it. I did actually. I should rephrase that. I did mention last night on Ape Radio that there was an instance of somebody who had a conversation, but I didn't give any specifics whatsoever. And all I said was is that when that conversation or that yeah, when the conversation of that person and their conversation with their broker came out, that I think the community would uh, see how important it is, what's being mentioned. Okay. I mean, all I needed to do was hear that it was okay from you because it came directly from you as far as I'm concerned, Wolfie. So if I got permission from you, then that was all I needed to hear. And I think Pantheon said that he would talk to you. So if you're approving it, then I can talk about it then. All right, let me talk about it. Let me read something to you guys. I'm gonna read a conversation to you guys. This was a conversation held between actually, Wolfie, if you don't mind, well, maybe it says it in the conversation. Um, Wolfie, if you wouldn't mind putting up in the comment section what country this was from, if you don't mind, because I don't recall off the top of my head if there was a country that was listed. If that's not appropriate to talk about and we just want to leave it that it's outside the U.S., that's fine too. Uh, I think I don't know. I mean, I think saying outside the U.S. is probably enough, but this is pretty telling of what's going on, I think. Give me 1 second while I pull it up, guys. I'm not gonna post this up here because I don't want to. I'm just gonna read it. This is gonna have to be a trust me, bro moment, and you guys just take it for what it is. I'm sure you guys will see. Wolfie will probably uh, talk about this. Pantheon will probably talk about this. But I'm sure this is gonna get around and people are gonna hear this. But I'm certainly not gonna put up names or anything like that. But I'm gonna read off to you. I'm gonna call S and customer. I guess I can say, yeah, I'm not going to read any names. S is going to be the customer service representative, and the customer is obviously the customer. So S says, "Thank you for verifying yourself. How can I help you in regards to AMC Ape dividends?" Customer says, "Last Friday, when I reached out to you guys regarding Ape dividends, and agents told me that they have no information from DTC that when QT will receive Ape to furnish AMC shareholders accounts." Then the customer says, "I never received any info from QT regarding news on Ape, but Monday morning prior to market open, Ape showed up in my account. Did you receive those Ape shares from DTC? Question mark." The customer goes on to say, "Because I noticed some info on Ape shares Float is 517 million shares, equivalent to actual AMC float. However, it was stated that there are 702 million APE shares out. I checked it with AMC and found out that they haven't distributed any APE more than the 517 million. And then they said, went on to say, did you guys receive APE shares from DTC? Question mark. And I'm gonna stop the story here real quick, and I'm gonna tell you guys. Last night, Gregory, I was talking on Ape Radio. Gregory has reached out to AMC and received contact from John Merriweather. They have not, at this point in time, they have not issued any more shares beyond the 517 million shares. There is nothing else that has been issued by AMC. It's just the original 500, the float, the outstanding shares, not the float, but the outstanding shares is all that has been released. He's sending a further clarification. Gregory's sending a further clarification letter to John Merriweather to find out what if the shares that are that the additional shares, the 483 million shares, if they're held by AMC or if they're being held by ComputerShare. So we'll find that out. That's just a little side, something that we want to kind of try and understand where those shares are being held, but they should be with AMC and nobody else. So let's see. I'm going to continue reading on here. So S, the customer service representative, says, we received information on Friday evening that customers who are holding AMC at the end of the day, August 19th, 2022, will receive one APE unit for every one share of AMC they hold. We will aim to credit the preferred equity units to your trading platform so you can begin trading with them at the start of the trading day, August 22. They will appear in your MyQuest investment summary page in 1 to 5 business days when we receive the payment from the depository. Now, the depository that should have been issuing those, by the way, guys, would have been the DTC. Keep that in mind. The customer says back, did you just copy paste that statement? I don't know who the customer is here, guys, but I love this. Did you just copy paste it? The customer goes on to say, on another note, I spoke to another broker, CIBC. Agent told me that there are brokers who haven't received APE shares from DTC are showing APE shares in AMC shareholders' account. I hope QT is not one of those shady brokers who are showing APE shares in our account without receiving them from DTC. S says, this is the information that I have regarding the AMC APE shares. Please give me a few minutes. Customer says, no problem, S. Waiting. They waited almost 10 minutes and said waiting. Then approximately a minute, roughly about a minute later, S comes back and says, unfortunately, I wish I could provide you with more. However, we do not currently have this information. It would be best if you reached out to investor relations in regards to this. See, the customer says, maybe I should reach out to FINRA. I love this customer. I just absolutely love this customer. Maybe I should reach out to FINRA and AMC Investor Relations. Anyways, I figured your floor manager couldn't give you any info? Question mark. And then any info either. And then S replies back, I did reach out to a colleague and it was confirmed that we do not currently have this information. Customer says back, sorry, S, which info? I asked a couple of questions regarding APE shares. Which one are you referring to? S says, this is regarding you asking, did you guys receive APE shares for DTC? From DTC. Customer, so you do not have any info on where you received those APE shares from, correct? Question mark. S says, unfortunately, yes, that is correct. Customer says, did you actually verify my account? Can you see my account holdings? Sorry, S. Not trying to put you on a pedestal. I am just confused and trying to clear some doubts. I appreciate your patience with me. S says, yes, I am able to see your account holding and no problem at all. Customer says, excellent. So you can confirm that those APE shares that I have in my account were received from the DTC. Please and thank you. S says, please allow me a few minutes. Absolutely, the customer replies back, absolutely, S. I appreciate you helping me to resolve this confusion. As a responsible investor, I'm just securing my position by confirming that those APE dividends I received via your trading platform are real shares from AMC via DTC. Received. S says, we provide information regarding a depository. Unfortunately, I completely understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. The best option for you right now is to wait the 1 to 5 business days, which started from Monday, August 22nd. These details would appear in the my Questrade investment summary page when we receive the payment from the depository. The customer says, "My goodness, S. So am I to believe that those Ape shares showing in my account were credits and QT haven't received actual Ape shares?" S says, "I can't speak to what you should believe. The information I have given you is the information that I have been provided with." Customer says, "I think I will have to reach out to FINRA with this S," and then continued to say, "You may please convey this to the person asked you to tell me what you told me. My goodness. Anyway, I feel like a cat chasing its own tail circles. You have a good day. Sure there are other responsible investors reaching out to you." S says, "I apologize for the inconvenience and wish there was more I could do. Thank you for contacting Questrade and have a great day." And customer said, "You as well." Being very respectful. I like that the customer was maybe a little on the harsh side, but I like that they were respectful, and that's good. Didn't swear at them and be like, you absolute moron. It was good. It was good information. But I want you guys to see really important information here is that they're not receiving the shares from DTC. They're simply crediting accounts with shares that they have not yet received or they cannot confirm where they have come from. And that's per their own words. How can they not confirm where they came from? How is that a possibility? This is why it is so important for the 3% of you who still not yet received your shares. This is why it is so important that you get confirmation from your broker why you've not received your shares. Go out and report the information that you received back from them to the to FINRA. I cannot stress this enough. Adam Aaron has provided us an opportunity, an amazing opportunity to be able to point out the problems in our market. An amazing opportunity. Don't squander the opportunity. Take the advantage and report. It's going to take you a little bit of work on your time. I understand that. I really, truly, and honestly do, and I understand that. But I have tried to go the extra mile to make sure that you guys have the information that you need to make it easier. I'm posting right now in the comment section. I'm going to pin it to the top like I have done for a couple days now in a row. The information that you need right now is listed here on where to contact your brokers. Maybe it's not all there, but some of the information to contact brokers is there, and how to file a complaint through FINRA is all in that link. Cole says, "Oprah voice, you get a share, you get a share, everyone gets a share." Wolfie says that conversation was on the 24th of August. That would have been Wednesday. 2 days after. I really hope, I'm just sitting here in silence. I really hope that every single one of you guys that have not received your shares has that conversation with your broker. I really, really do. No, Johnny. No, this doesn't line up with that at all. It was T0, man. It was T0. Those shares should have been in there. It should have been in on the 22nd. We're already past that. There was no there. The T90 thing does not apply to us. I don't see any way that applies to us at all. It doesn't make sense. Those shares were supposed to be in everybody's account by the 22nd. Anybody who didn't have shares by the 22nd are already in violation of delivery of shares. Already in violation. There is no some stupid T90 thing involved in this. They are already in violation. It was T0. delivery was the 22nd. The DTC had till the 22nd to get those shares into everybody's accounts that were supposed to have them. It was done. And if you didn't get them, if the brokers didn't get them by the 22nd and you didn't get them by the 22nd, it is non-compliance. It's already past the compliance period. There is no T90. Yeah, I don't even want to talk about that video, Wolfie, just because I really fear for multiple people on that one, and so I don't even want to talk about that video. I want to pretend. I mean, I know it happened, and I've heard it, and I just want to pretend it never happened. Yeah, I just don't even want to. Let's just not talk about it. I don't want to. Let's not go there. Brian Carpenter says, after the squeeze, I'm sending Casey a can of WD-40. Hey, hun. Apparently, I haven't de-squeaked our doors. I need to de-squeak them. Apparently. Yeah. Brian's over here complaining about our pantry door being squeaky. I love the sound of a pantry door that's squeaky, Brian. It lets you know when the kids are going in. She said you should hear the rest of the house. AP says Casey's your house ready for Halloween. No, you guys, it's terrible. It doesn't even bother me to hear it like that. It actually makes me, I don't know. I feel like if you've ever grown up in an older house before, it's kind of gives it character. I'm gonna say that to my wife, AP, as soon as she comes back in. I'm gonna be like, our house is Halloween ready. Hey, hon. Oh, I thought she walked in. Mike, it would have been the DTC, not the DTCC. DTCC is, you need to look up the difference between DTC and DTCC. DTCC is settlement clearing, right? So DTCC would have been somebody went out and purchased shares and they had to wait 2 days for them to settle. DTC, the order of transfer of the shares should have gone from AMC to computer share for verification that the shares were in existence and like a receipt to verify that the shares were all there, then transfer from computer share to the DTC, Depository Trust Corporation, to brokers. So be careful with the whole DTCC thing. That is not the case. They should have never come from the DTCC. If your broker told you that your shares came from DTCC, you take that information and you go straight to FINRA. Go straight to FINRA with that information, because if they are legitimately telling you that they had to purchase your shares to get them to you, then they are admitting to something that is wrong. They are self-admitting that they've made a mistake, that they do not hold real shares for you, that you did not get an issuance of shares, that they are supposed to be holding in for you, in custody for you. Hey, Wolfie, not a problem, man. And like I said, I'll never, if you guys ever send me information, I don't talk about it until I know it's okay to talk about. So I don't I'm not hungry for information to just throw out there. and I'll just do that. Yeah, you're welcome, Mike. Not a problem. Hey, hun, AP says that her house is Halloween ready. She said, "Oh no." She did like a Smithers, or not Smithers, Burns from The Simpsons. She goes, "Oh no, it's not ready." Yeah, Peter, I'm not sure. They are showing 0 shares available to borrow. We've seen a little bit of inactivity on AMC from about, I think it was 7:02 all the way up until our Pokey Stick of Volume. Pokey Stick of Volume occurs at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's usually when the borrowing of shares occurs. And then you start usually, if there is illiquidity and they don't have any shares left to trade, then you'll see like a lot of the, I like to call them rabbit pellets. You'll see a lot of rabbit pellets like this in here. So that means low liquidity. Then when they borrow shares, then you see the trading start happening as soon as they do the borrowing at 8 a.m. when the banks open. So they get the shares and then they're approved to start moving shares again in the market. So, but yeah, I really don't know what's going on there, Peter, as far as why it's reporting no ETF. It's a great question. I don't know the answer yet. It is break time, guys. I gotta head to break here. Yeah, I kind of figured as much, Wolfie, but I was trying to. I didn't. I actually, when I first read Quest Trade on there, I didn't mean to. I said no names, but I already read it out. It was too late, so I was like, well, I guess I'll just keep going with it. But I thought it was Canada, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to make any assumptions. But American Trader says Casey even has a scary Halloween mask on. I'm not even gonna try Doge Colt. Well, actually, I'll try, but I don't want you to send me anything. DTCC, DTCC, DTCC. It's actually it's not two T's, it's two C's. Unless I'm supposed to say it wrong. I don't know. Arthur, every single state has different laws in regards to recording. It depends on where you live, not where the people are that you're calling, but where you live. If you live in a state where you need to look up your recording laws for where it is that you live. I am not a lawyer. I am not giving you law advice. I'm just saying check out your state rules for recording of conversations. Some are both parties have to be in acknowledgement. Some are just single party, meaning only you have to know. When it says single party, it's just usually you have to know. It doesn't mean that the person on the other end has to know. Some are no parties have to agree. So I think maybe I'm not sure, but you need to know your own laws in your own state. I'm not gonna even try to give you. Uh, Hold on a second. It looks like I'm getting buffered, so I'm gonna check something real quick here. Okay, there's nothing I can do from my end. Oland, I can't. I can't. No, I don't have a PO box, and no, I can't. I can't do that. I really appreciate it, Oland, but I can't go there. Maybe you can hold on to it until you meet me one day. But I do appreciate it, but I can't go there. It's DTCC, two C's, one T. No titty. All right, I'm heading to break. You're right. But Donkey Kong, he's right. It is break time. I'm a little excited this morning. We got some kind of cool stuff going on here. So 8:15 in the morning. I will be back at 8:15, and we'll get the day started. I'll do my price predictions for the day. I only saw Monty so far for his price prediction. I think Monty's going to pretty much do a clean sweep this week, but there is today would be the difference between a tiebreaker between him and Keto. So if he happens to airball this one, Keto could come from behind and steal the win. Olin says, Casey on my yacht. Laugh out loud. I understand. Thanks for understanding, Olin. And yeah, on your yacht, definitely. I've been watching a lot of boating videos on YouTube lately. They've got this one inlet in Florida that's got this. I can't remember. Do you remember the name of the video, hun? The boats that I keep watching. I don't know. Anyways, there's a boating channel where they show boats that are going through this inlet that's got some like really rough waters in Florida, and it's like I don't know, for some reason or another, it's like completely addicting for me to watch these like really expensive boats just take some like monster hits by these waves. I don't know what it is. There's something about it though. I keep thinking, oh, that'll be me driving one of these days. I better do better than those guys driving that boat. That's what I like. So I guess I'm just daydreaming. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. I have not seen the yacht fires. All right, see you guys in a little bit here.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty guys, I'm back, and I was just kind of taking a look at what was going on with price here on AMC to try and get a kind of an idea as to where this may be heading. It kind of looks like, especially from a 5-minute interval, it kind of looks like there's a little bit of a case that could be made that this might be a cup and handle, although it's pretty crappy looking. It might push us up to around 90.80 as a top on this, which would be somewhere up in this range in here. And I do see levels of resistance at 980, so that could be actually pretty doable. It does tend to look like we've got a little bit of a slanting double bottom here. So we'll look to hold some support there in case price does drop down. I think if I went with a closing price by the end of the day today to be somewhere in that range, then I would be looking at like basically 940. So I'm gonna just say 930 to 1230 for my price range. I've got Monty's numbers. Let me go back and see if Keto's got his numbers in here. $839. Oh, he's really close to the same numbers I got. He's got 839 to 1139. Oh no, he's $1 less than me. Just kidding. Hey, Sugar Crane, you're welcome, man. I was excited. I mean, I still am excited. There's some of that data, some of the data that's in there on Ortex is pretty exciting data. To see 100% utilization after 4 straight trading days, and not everybody. We're at 4%. Yesterday, I believe the numbers were 5% of you guys did not have shares yet. Yeah, 5% of you out of 845 people who voted, 5% did not have shares yet. It's only 1% better so far for the day today, with approximately 400, half the votes, 433 votes, and so it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I will try to stream, not try. I will be streaming Powell's Bowels this morning. Let me pull up the Fed website. That should be occurring at 10 a.m. Eastern, so 9. I normally do numbers at 9, but maybe we'll do them just a little bit beforehand so that we can maybe catch his talking and yet still get the numbers in. Let me see here. Fed meeting schedule. Give me just a second while I pull up the link. Today is the 26th. All right. It's already got 824 people watching. It's not even, it's still got another 40 minutes, 35 minutes to go. And they already got 824 people watching. That's pretty funny. Jabib says it's amazing to me that I can continue to buy Ape and people still didn't get their shares. No doubt. Annie, that is a great question. I mean, I'll probably start doing some different polls next week because I know a lot of people were saying like, of the people who don't have them, how many are out of the U.S. And I'm pretty sure it's 100% of them that are out of the U.S. But there's some different polls that I'll probably be putting up next week. Thick says I got a pocket full of ones waiting for Pal to start shaking like a stripper. Brian says, bless his heart. Oh, Pal has a hard job. Brian giving the old Texas bless his heart there. Well, Sugar Crane, I'm gonna have to disappoint you. I'm gonna have to put that up though. I think it's kind of important. It is time to get this day started, guys. I just realized what time it is. I got just about a minute left here. Alex says, is the drop in volume a good sign? It's neither good nor bad. I would just say that it is what it is. We've had days where we've been up even when volume's low. Low volume doesn't necessarily have to mean no price discovery. So I don't think I would never really say that low volume's a good or a bad sign. It's not really an indicator of anything specifically. I prefer to see high volume. High volume typically means price discovery. Not always, but most of the time. But it is time to get this day started, so I will see you guys on the other side of market open. See you then.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Roger,
computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Yeah. Tap me, backstab me, break the faith, fall from grace, tell me lies, time flies, close your eyes, come with me. Come with me. Yeah. Come with me. Yeah. You said to trust you, you never hurt me, now I'm disgusted, adjusted, certainly you fooled me, ridiculed me, left me hanging, now shit boomeranging, right back at ya, big long range, narrow-minded, left me blinded, I co-signed it, shit backfired, but I'm bouncing back, I grind it, now me with better pressure, you comprehend me, you want to end me, you offend me, it's drama, feel the trauma, come with me, yeah, come with me. Don't be afraid. Yeah, come with me. I close my eyes and I see you standing there. I cry. Of sorrow, I die. Yeah. Fuck my enemies, fuck my foes. Damn these hoes, you're stepping on my toes. Back up off me, take your hands off me. Give me room to breathe. I'm not hearing it, I'm not fearing it. I'm up to my ears in it. Bullshit, I'm destructive. Some women find that seductive. Some say it's lunacy. Reluctantly, I've been moving on. I ignore you. Sorry if I bore you. I neglect you. Don't mean to disrespect you. Can't you see? I love you dearly and not sincerely, but you annoy me. You can't avoid me. I'm here to stay forever and ever in a day that's never. I can't let you go. I can't forget it. Why you did it? I won't permit it. I won't acquit it. I wanna fight you. I fucking bite you. Can't stand nobody like you. You can't run. You can't hide. No surprise. Close your eyes. Come with me. Yeah. Come with me. Come with me. Ow. Yeah, I like this. and never in a day that's never. Come with me. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Come with me.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! A little bit of throwback there to the old Godzilla movie. But guess what? Adam Aaron is offering. He is offering you a chance to go see Godzilla versus Kong. Go check it out. I already looked. I went to go look with my wife because originally we were going to go to a football game tonight. I wasn't going to be able to attend it because it was my son's first football game, but he's sick right now. Shout out to Hunter. He's not feeling. He's under the weather right now, and but you know, we were, so I said, okay, well, let's maybe go to the Godzilla versus Kong. And so I went to go open up the movie theater, and it's packed. It is completely packed. I don't want to say it's sold out, but it's close. It's very, very close. The only thing that's left is the front row seating. So nah, I I guess I waited too long for that one. Good morning to you guys, though. Hope you guys are having a great day today. We saw a lot of really weird activity earlier this morning on AMC where the order book was just not trading at all for, gosh, it was, I guess, basically almost a full hour because it was 7:02. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was 7:02 Eastern Standard Time right up until our pokey stick of volume, which is when they usually legitimately start borrowing shares. When the banks open, and then we started seeing the order book start trading again, and so here we are now. There's a lot of volatility going on right now, as you can see per the Bollinger Bands. We did open up and hug that Bollinger Band, printing a TD9 on the way down and return to the simple moving average. This may be where you see more pressure applied to try and drop price. Volume is extremely low. Volume prediction for the day today on AMC, I'm looking at somewhere between 20 to 40 million. And Ape is making it look like there's maybe only going to be 10 to 30 million shares traded on Ape. Ape is starting to get a little bit of a run up, it looks like here. Just a tiny, tiny. I'm going to zoom in on it just a tad bit. I'm actually going to add the Bollinger Bands to Ape as well. There we go. Probably see that a little bit better. But definitely some very, very strange activity going on this morning in the pre-market. However, for those of you who are just joining in today, I would highly encourage you going back and looking at the numbers that I shouted out this morning. Just go back to when I pull up the Ortex data. I think it's really kind of cool what's going on right now. We have 100% utilization of loaned shares. 100% utilization. Yesterday it was 66.06%, and it told us that there were 209 million shares available to borrow by knowing what the utilization was at that time. Now today it's showing 100% utilization, and there was 100 million shares borrowed in security lending volume, which is pretty massive. And the interesting thing that I think, and I of course do realize that there's a margin of error, but there is at least 4% of you out of the 475 people that have voted so far that still have not received your shares, and yet all the borrowing has been borrowed. All the borrowing has been borrowed. If that's such a weird thing to say, all the borrowing has been borrowed. It's supposedly 100% borrowed. And not all the shares are distributed yet. So yeah, kind of crazy what's going on there. Yesterday, SSR was tripped for Ape. That should be on for today as well. Just throwing that out there. Elon just tweeted, Ape is end of shorty. Ape and me salutes. The Ape and you says shorts must be now thinking, why didn't we short Cineworld instead? I don't know. If you've been around long enough to know, there's a thesis out a long, long, long time ago. I'm talking like early last year, where a lot of people felt that Amazon had kind of directed, and of course this is all just tinfoil hat. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna put my tinfoil hat on here. It's all a little tinfoil hat theory here, but the Amazon had basically directed Citadel to perhaps try to short AMC into non-existence in order that they could buy AMC at a very discounted rate so that they could use AMC for their own bidding. Whether that's the truth or not is not my. It's just I'm just tinfoil hatting here. I don't really care one way or the other. But it was interesting to think about as a theory. Uh, I think we've changed that. I think I think we kind of put a kink in any kind of plans. If that was such a thing, I think we put a little bit of a kink in that. The Ape and Me salutes, and the Ape and You says, waiting a tweet from Adam Aaron. Let's take a look. He did tweet something out yesterday. He said tomorrow night, all across the U.S., AMC has invited AMC Investor Connect members who joined as of Tuesday to enjoy our theaters with 2 absolutely free tickets to see Godzilla vs. Kong. Ticketing instructions were emailed to you. You know what I think. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I just had like a random thought. I kind of feel like going out to the movie theater and just like, I don't know, just going out there and saying hi to everybody. Even though I don't maybe have movie tickets, like just go out and saying hi to everybody. Be like, hey, thanks for being a part of an investor in this company. I don't know. I do. And the other thing too is we went to go see Breaking uh, 2 nights ago. Because that wasn't last. Was that wait? Was that last night or 2 nights ago? It was 2 nights ago. Wednesday. We went to go see the Breaking release on Wednesday, and there was a point where I was kind of like, there was a handful of people that were in the movie theater, and I had thought about um, like just kind of like shouting out to everybody, y'all. I know they were. Are you all investors in here? And then see how many of them said yes, and just saying something. But then I got shy. I didn't do it. And then after we left, my wife was like, I almost said something to everybody else to see if they were investors as well. I was like, man, sometimes we just don't. Sometimes we just don't do it. Sometimes we just got to react. Just act. Let me just make sure Adam Aaron hasn't posted any new tweets just to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's only 13 hours ago. You're asking if Elon really did post that post. I'll pull it up and see for sure. Mm, unless he's got a different account that I don't know about, I don't see that unless it's under. Oh, let me check. Let me check his tweets and replies. Maybe he put it under there. I don't see anything. I don't see anything from Elon on what you said. So maybe I'm looking at the wrong account, or maybe you have the wrong account. I don't know which, but I don't see anything from him. Maybe I'm missing it. I see tweets from 10 hours ago and 14 hours ago. Under tweets and replies, I don't see anything earlier than 10 hours ago. So yeah, you might want to check out and see if you have the real Lisa. You might want to check out and see if you've got the real Elon Musk in there, because that's not what I'm seeing. Mega Johnny says you should do a man on the street live stream. I've never really thought about doing something like that before. I'm socially just not that kind of person. I'm just not. Uh, it would be awkward. The urn says, just yell conviction and people would understand. Maybe I should say 2 weeks. I'll just yell out 2 weeks. See what people say. Oh, Nasir says Elon's tweet was from the 22nd. Okay, well she said just tweeted out. I was looking for something. I was looking for something recent. I don't even know if I want to go back that far. Look, we got about 12 minutes here before Powell's Bowels is supposed to speak here. So I kind of want to run through the numbers, although it's a little too early. It's still a little too early. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till after Powell, or maybe we take a break in the middle. Sometimes I feel like he's a little long-winded. No, no pun intended. Sometimes he's a little long-winded, so maybe we'll take a break halfway through his speech and check the numbers out, or maybe 20 minutes in, we'll give him 20 minutes worth of talking, see how many gaseous moments we get out of him. Maybe we should do drinks. Maybe we should do shots every time Powell has a bowel while he's speaking. We do shots. We'll turn this into a Tony stream. Forrest says, Casey, am I the only ape you met in person? No, I've met some other apes in person. You're the only ape I've met unexpectedly in person. No, that's not true. There's one other that I met that night, which was funny because I recognized her, but I wasn't sure if she was who she was, and then I thought she might be drunk, so she was at the movie theater. I'm not gonna say any names, but I thought she was drunk, so I didn't I wasn't really sure what was going on, but I guess apparently she wasn't drunk. So maybe she was just nervous. I don't know what, but I know she was about ready to meet Adam Aaron, and we were standing in line together, and she seemed a little uh, agitated, or just I don't know, just seemed nervous or something. Ape Logic says, Casey, did revoking the options chain due to the data that was shown give more validity to synthetics? Uh, I mean, I feel like we've got plenty of. I think the validity to there being synthetics, period, is the fact that not everybody received their shares. Like 20% of the population didn't receive their shares, at least. So, plus or minus, some error. At least 20% of the population didn't receive their shares by the 22nd, and to me, that's proof enough alone, right there, that there's not enough to pass out. Forrest says, "Dude, I was nervous to meet you and Tony. You think you were nervous? Think how I felt." You're talking. I'm socially inept here. I'm socially inept, and then I'm the one who's meeting people, and it's like you think you were nervous. Forrest says, "I honestly thought there'd be a crowd around you two." Yeah, there was no crowds, were there? It was very calm. It was very nice. It was cool, and it was fun meeting people, though. It really was. Doctor Zeno. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Hey, hon, who's Emma Beale, Belle, from Walking Dead? Emma Bell? Yeah. Hold on a second. I gotta look that up because we watched Walking Dead, and I don't know who that is, so I gotta look it up. Emma Bell. It's not showing up. Oh, it's just Bell. Who is she? Oh, she's from like the earlier seasons. Wait, is she the one that why do I not was she one of the sisters that died like early on? I don't know. I don't recognize her, but one of the scenes that she's in is from the very beginning because all the characters that are in there are all pretty much characters that are dead. But yeah, she must have been from the very, very early on season. I think she seems like she might have been. Was she one of the daughters of oh gosh, I can't think of her name. It's gonna bother me. Wait, hold on a second. Was she the daughter of Carol? Was she one of the daughters of Carol? First and third season? I just don't remember her. Pumpy, I can't. We're in uncharted territory. Um, in regards to what's going to squeeze and what's not going to squeeze, what's going to squeeze first, all that kind of stuff, I have no idea. But I think you could agree with me that if we don't know the answers to those kind of things, then it would be kind of silly to uh, make a decision, an or irrational decision to move a position. That's yeah, that's in regards to what Hedge Trimmer said. Did you hear that Trey found out that the ape options chain CBO tried to push was illegal? And it wasn't Trey. I'm not going to talk about where it came from, but um, I did hear it. I definitely heard it, and you know, we'll. I think one of the more telling things here is that when I was listening to Bigums last night talking about it, one of the things that kind of stood out in my mind was is that there was an exchange. Supposedly, there was an exchange that told the CBOE that that the options chain was not going to be something that they could do, and they had like 24 hours to rebuttal it, and basically having something to do with like double dipping into options. But it started to make me kind of wonder in my mind if Adam Aaron didn't already know the moves that were going to happen in advance, and when they would happen, because as we've said before, when you announce checkmate or mate in so many moves, you know what's going to happen and you know how many moves there are it's going to take. So it was kind of interesting to see that it played out to where I think the 24-hour period would have ended, I think, either last night or today. So if and those options aren't showing up on, I don't see an options chain set up right now. So my guess is that checkmate. Mate in X amount of moves, and it seems to me that perhaps Adam Aaron knows a little bit about what he's talking about when he's thinking in moves in advance. Gary, I've usually whenever I go in to get the beard cut, they do trim it, yes, but I don't trim it for length, just for to keep it even. But right now, today, it's looking pretty rough. I'll tell you that for sure. Amy was the sister of Andrea in season one. That's what I thought. I thought she was the sister of the one that died early on in season one. But I felt like it was like Carol's daughters, right? Wasn't Amy and Andrea Carol's daughters? Or maybe it was two different sisters. I don't know. I felt like Amy was one of the sisters. Yes, yes, Doug, I am doing it in 3 minutes from now. I've got it already pulled up to the side here. I do not see any talking going on as of yet. They do have sound pumping in. It's kind of interesting. You can hear the crowd in the background, but I don't see sound coming through for you guys. Yep, it's good. It's there. All right. Try to put the sound so it's not going to blast you guys out when they do start talking. So it's playing in the background right now. I do have it set for live. We were talking about Walking Dead.
Please take your seats.
Oh, here we go.
Take your seats.
Somebody's telling. By the way, Eric has 880 to 1180 on price prediction. I forgot to look at my phone earlier. 880 to 1180. My price prediction for the day is 930 to 1230. Keto has 839 to 1139, and Monty has 859 to 1159. They did just announce everybody to their seats, so Powell should be coming up here to speak soon. Doug says at this rate, no shaving beard for you. $90. That's it, man. $90 hits, and yeah, I did get your price. 870 to 11.
So good morning and welcome everyone to the first session of the 2022 Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. Chairman Powell, the floor is yours. Please come to the podium.
Okay, they are inviting Chair Powell.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning, everyone. Esther, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. At past Jackson Hole conferences, I have discussed
It's as loud as I can get it, guys.
such as the ever-changing structure of the economy and the challenges of conducting monetary policy under high uncertainty. Today, my remarks will be shorter, my focus narrower, and my message more direct.
Uh-oh.
The Federal Open
serious.
Market Committee's overarching focus right now is to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve and serves as the bedrock of our economy. Without price stability, the economy does not work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. The burdens of high inflation fall heaviest on those who are least able to bear them. Restoring price stability will take some time and requires using our tools forcefully to bring demand and supply into better balance. Reducing inflation is likely to require a sustained period of below-trend growth. Moreover, there will very likely be some softening of labor market conditions. While higher interest rates, slower growth, and softer labor market conditions will bring down inflation, they will also bring some pain to households and businesses. These are the unfortunate costs of reducing inflation. But a failure to restore price stability would mean far greater pain. The U.S. economy is clearly slowing from the historically high growth rates of 2021, which reflected the reopening of the economy following the pandemic recession. While the latest economic data have been mixed, in my view, our economy continues to show strong underlying momentum. The labor market is particularly strong, but it is clearly out of balance, with demand for workers substantially exceeding the supply of available workers. Inflation is running well above 2%, and high inflation has continued to spread through the economy. While the lower inflation readings for July are certainly welcome, a single month's improvement falls far short of what the committee will need to see before we are confident that inflation is moving down. So, we are moving our policy stance purposefully to a level that will be sufficiently restrictive to return inflation to 2%. At our most recent meeting in July, the FOMC raised the target range for the federal funds rate to 2.25% to 2.5%, which is in the Summary of Economic Projections range of estimates of where the federal funds rate is projected to settle in the longer run. In current circumstances, with inflation running far above 2% and the labor market extremely tight, estimates of longer-run neutral are not a place to pause or stop. July's increase in the target range was the second 75 basis point increase in as many meetings, and I said then that another unusually large increase could be appropriate at our next meeting. We are now about halfway through the intermeeting period. Our decision at the September meeting will depend on the totality of the incoming data and the evolving outlook. At some point, as the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it likely will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases. Restoring price stability will likely require maintaining a restrictive policy stance for some time. The historical record cautions strongly against prematurely loosening policy. Committee participants' most recent individual projections from the June SEP showed the median federal funds rate running slightly below 4% through the end of 2023. Participants will update their projections at the September meeting. Our monetary policy deliberations and decisions build on what we've learned about inflation dynamics, both from the high and volatile inflation of the 1970s and 1980s, and from the low and stable inflation of the last quarter century. And in particular, we're drawing on three important lessons that I'll highlight. The first lesson is that central banks can and should take responsibility for delivering low and stable inflation. It may seem strange now that central bankers and others once needed convincing on these two fronts. But as former Chairman Ben Bernanke has shown, both propositions were widely questioned during the Great Inflation period. Today, we regard these questions as settled. Our responsibility to deliver price stability is unconditional. It is true that the current high inflation is a global phenomenon, and that many economies around the world face inflation as high or higher than seen here in the United States. It's also true, in my view, that the current high inflation in the United States is the product of strong demand and constrained supply, and that the Fed's tools work principally on demand. None of this diminishes the Federal Reserve's responsibility to carry out our assigned task of achieving price stability. There is clearly a job to do in moderating demand to better align with supply. We are committed to doing that job. The second lesson is that the public's expectations about future inflation can play an important role in setting the path of inflation over time. Today, by many measures, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored. That is broadly true of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, and of market-based measures as well. But that is not grounds for complacency, with inflation having run well above our goal for some time. If the public expects that inflation will remain low and stable over time, then, absent major shocks, it likely will. Unfortunately, the same is true of expectations of high and volatile inflation. During the 1970s, as inflation climbed, the anticipation of high inflation became entrenched in the economic decision-making of businesses and households. The more inflation rose, the more people came to expect it to remain high, and they built that belief into wage and price decisions. As former Chairman Paul Volcker put it at the height of the Great Inflation in 1979, inflation feeds in part on itself, so part of the job of returning to a more stable and more productive economy must be to break the grip of inflationary expectations. One useful insight into how actual inflation may affect expectations about its future path is based in the concept of rational inattention. When inflation is persistently high, households and businesses must pay close attention and incorporate inflation into their economic decisions. When inflation is low and stable, they are freer to focus their attention elsewhere. Former Chairman Alan Greenspan put it this way: for all practical purposes, price stability means that expected changes in the average price level are small enough and gradual enough that they do not materially enter business and household financial decisions. Of course, inflation has just about everyone's attention right now, which highlights a particular risk today. The longer the current bout of high inflation continues, the greater the chance that expectations of higher inflation will become entrenched. And that brings me to the third lesson, which is that we must keep at it until the job is done. History shows that the employment costs of bringing down inflation are likely to increase with delay, as high inflation becomes more entrenched in wage and price setting. The successful Volcker disinflation of the early 1980s followed multiple failed attempts to lower inflation over the previous 15 years. A lengthy period of very restrictive monetary policy was ultimately needed to stem high inflation and to start the process of getting inflation down to the low and stable levels that were the norm until the spring of last year. Our aim is to avoid that outcome by acting with resolve now. So, these lessons are guiding us as we use our tools to bring inflation down. We are taking forceful and rapid steps to moderate demand so that it comes into better alignment with supply and to keep inflation expectations anchored. We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done.
Hey, does this sound better, guys? Oh, wait, is that it? That's it? That was quick. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Our first session of the day is reassessing economic constraints, maximum employment. We will hear first from Nicola Fuchs.
All right. There you have it. That was it. All right. Well, I tried to pump up the volume there a little bit on that one, guys. Trying to get you guys some sound. Hopefully that worked for you guys. Let me get rid of that so I don't blast you out later. There we go. Gone. All right. Well, there you have it. A little less than a 9-minute speech there on inflation and how yeah, it still sucks. So yeah, there more higher interest rates incoming. You guys are all screwed. Earth sucks. Stop buying things. You should not buy stuff. Oh man. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. We have a really strong economy, but you shouldn't buy anything because, there's jobs and stuff. we we need you to save your money. I can says, hi Casey, when will the rates be released? Let's see here. Rates are for 21st of September. 21st of September. Can you look at short exempt? For which one? I looked it up. I looked it up for AMC. I didn't look it up for Ape today. All right, guys. Let's take a look at the numbers here. I'm going to log in. We'll go over all the numbers today. I think there's some pretty interesting data here that you guys are going to want to see. So I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out. So if you have specific questions for me, hold those thoughts, and I will try to touch on those after you see the big tramp back up on the screen. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider. It can help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in there. It even keeps me out of my own account sometimes when I don't have my phone on me. Now would be a great time to test it out, that two-factor authentication, and see if it works for you. And if it doesn't, you can always just take it off. Something to think about. All right, let's see what we got going on for these numbers. I'm going to move a couple screens over real quickly, though, first, and then we can see what's going on. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, of course, this is not financial advice or anything like that, but price prediction tallies for this week. Monty is leading the way with 3 out of 4 days. Keto's got 2, and Eric and I have 1. My price prediction is 9:30 to 12:30. Eric has 8:80 to 11:80. Keto has 8:39 to 11:39, and Monty has 8:59 to 11:59. Doug wants me to throw him out there as 8:70 to 11:70. He said 11, but he gets $3. So just throwing it out there. That's what Doug was throwing out. Short exempt volume, True Demons MOASS trigger indicators. Short exempt volume for AMC yesterday was 244,000. I did not look to see what it was for Ape. Give me 1 second. I know how to find this. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it after I get done. I know I've got the page that I can pull it up on the side over here, and I'll pull it up in a minute. But short exempt volume was down to 244,000 shares. Utilization at 100%, 139 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price was a decrease on AMC yesterday by 0.1. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to add in True Demons MOASS trigger indicators for Ape and put them in there. I would assume that the numbers would be the same. They should be the same because all we're doing is looking at utilization, short exempt volume, and day over day price increase. So I will modify that and change it so that we can have those in there for next week. Max pain for AMC is $15.50. Off exchange for AMC, I would expect to be around 44% first thing in the morning, and about 10 to 11% on EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. We are currently at 48.76% through the off exchange, which is a little elevated, and the EDGX is at 9.71, which is not as elevated. Giving us a grand total of 58.47% going through those two exchanges. Do note that the NYSE ARCA has 12.8% volume in NYSE, which is a great one to have volume on. Has 10.24%. Those are running about 3 to 5% higher than what they normally do. So just kind of note that as the case. Taking a look at the off-exchange volume for Ape, I don't really have any baseline numbers yet for this, but I would assume that they should be around the same thing. So 44 off-exchange and EDGX somewhere between 10 and 11. Let's see what they are. 58%, 58.68% through off-exchange, and 9.84 through the EDGX for a grand total of 68.52% of our total volume moving through the off exchanges. I do want to note NYSE. I just noticed the 30-day average, which means the last 5 or 4 days of trading. We've had really high New York Stock Exchange, which is lit market movement, 27.32. That's actually pretty high. That's some good movement. The IEX has been pretty low though, 2.17 or 1.98 on average. Moving down to institutional share ownership, there was a slight lower value this morning. Went from like 155.7 to 155.6 million. Let's refresh that and see if that's changed at all since earlier this morning. 155.676 is the same value, so no change since earlier this morning. Taking a look at Ortex data, let's give a refresh on that one and see where we're standing. As of right now, it's showing a return of 560,000 shares, which is going to have a very small effect on lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.14%. Cost of borrow this average this morning so far is 17.7%, which is down from yesterday's. I think it was like 28 or 29 yesterday. Shares on loan, we are at getting very, very close to an all-time record. Shares on loan today is at 190.71 million shares on loan. It was a 6.2 million share increase day over day, with 2.2 million of that I'm estimating to be in new short interest. On Ape, so far this morning, it's showing a return of 1.42 million shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the short interest of the free float at 29.82%. Cost to borrow average is at 13.93. We are at 100% utilization. So we had a 17.6 million increase on the amount of shares that are on loan day over day, which is this right here. Oh, you can't see it yet. Never mind. I'll show you in a minute when we go to the numbers. I'll take a look at Ortex here in just a second. I'll show you guys. But shares on loan is at 155.85, which is 17.6 million more. But it increased our utilization to 100%, and I'll show you why that is. There is now a kitchen sink that exists out there. Or those shares were used to pay off people that are supposed to have shares. I'm not sure which. But there's an excess of shares that are in existence out there. I'll show you guys these numbers here in just a minute, but let's take a look at the options first real quickly. Highest amount of call options for the day today is at a $22 strike price. That's up from 18 from yesterday. There's currently 0.9 thousand contracts. On the puts, the highest amount of volume is currently at $20, which is up from 17. And there's a total of 246 contracts, 0.2 thousand. Very low volume. All right, this is AMC. Here's your utilization for 139 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Here's the on loan amount increasing by 6.2 million, driving up to a total of 190.71. That's what it looks like. We are really darn close to the max all-time record of shares being on loan, which was 195.76. We're only about 5 million shares away from that. Whenever there's an increase on new shares on loan, that should have a decreasing effect on loan average age per day, because they're newer loans, should lower that value. Although with 6.2 million new shares on loan, I would expect to see this number dropping much more than it did, which means we're starting to get some loans that are exceptionally older than whatever dates that's showing right now, which is 33.44 days on loan average. That dropped from 33.76 to 33.44. Here's our estimated short share interest of the free float, increasing day over day from 20.75 to 21.18. Security lending volume did decrease day over day from 25 million shares down to 22.5 million. And let's take a look at Ape. This is the big one right here, guys. The very first day there was like 27,000 shares on loan. Then there was 7.3 million shares on loan. Then there was 138 million shares on loan, and now there's 155 million shares on loan. The interesting thing about this is that if I pull up utilization on this, you'll see that utilization absolutely skyrockets from 66.06% all the way up to 100% utilization. And you go like, how in the world is that possible? We only increased by 17.6 million shares, but we were only showing 66% utilization. And the answer is in security lending volume. I keep trying to tell you guys, the security lending volume is extremely important. The reason that we see such a high number and utilization being at 100% now is that they borrowed 100.24 million shares in security lending volume yesterday. You tack on to the amount of shares that they borrowed on loan in security lending volume yesterday, which is 130.91, to the 100 million more that they added on there, and the combined total of that number would be 230 million shares. Now, if you do the simple math, at 66.06% divided by, well, actually do it the other way, on loan amount 138.18, you divide that by the utilization of 66.06, and it tells you there should be about 209 million shares available to borrow. So then you go, okay, so with 100 million more shares added to the 138, that puts us at 238. That would definitely put us at 100% utilization. It actually would put us at more, except for the fact that there were shares that were returned yesterday, right? So you have to subtract those out, and it does still, I think it still adds up to a number that's still larger than the 100% utilization. So they have borrowed more shares that are available to borrow, and you want to talk about more shares in existence than are supposed to be in existence, here you go. you can't you can't prove it any better than this. You cannot prove it any better than this. There's already 100%. There's almost what is that? 40% of the total float. 40% of the total float being borrowed already, and there's still, what do we have in the poll going on right now? 4% of you guys that still have not received shares yet. I know what's going on here. I see it. I want to send Ortex another message today. I think I'm going to at some point. I'm going to send them another message today. I'm going to say, guys, thank you for not responding. I understand now. It's clear, crystal clear. You didn't need to. All you had to wait was 24 hours, and I got new data from you that tells me everything that it is that I need to know. Thank you very much, Ortex. Thank you for saving yourself from a lawsuit, waiting 24 hours and just showing us exactly what's happening. Because that's all we needed. We just needed 24 more hours to see that the amount of insanity that's going on here. This is absolutely, it's insane. That's what it is. Orders by Fidelity customers. So far this morning, Ape is showing 12th most heavily traded stock with 69% buys, nice, to 31% sales. AMC is actually, AMC might be lower than GME. GME is showing up in 19th with a, hold up, 66% buy to 34% sell ratio. Oh, wait, AMC is right below Ape. I missed it. AMC is right below Ape with a 70% buy to 30% sell ratio and 13th most heavily traded. So it seems like compared to the rest of the market, we have decent volume. Decent, like we're not in the top 10, but we're not off the list either. So decent volume compared to the rest of the market. I wouldn't worry about that. Volume and orders. Do remember this is all based off of orders. Trigger price for AMC for the day today would be $8.61. It does appear that there are more shares available to borrow. The ETFs are no longer showing for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why Stonko Tracker is not reporting the ETFs any longer, but they're not. No idea. Yeah, I don't know why they stopped reporting, but they're not. And we've got let's see here. 300,000 shares having been returned recently, and so no new activity other than the return of those 300,000 shares. And fees for borrowing right now are at 21.6%. The Nasdaq is down 0.92, Dow Jones is down 0.66, the S&P 500 is down 0.74. The market is declining with 4,591 decliners to 2,052 advancers. The VIX is up 0.92, not very high. VTI is down 0.78, IWD is down 0.7. Let's look at the SPY real quick, just for shits and giggles. The SPY is down 0.84. Let's see what it looks like. That's a familiar pattern. SPY is down 0.85. Where have I seen that pattern before? Tesla's up 1.04. Amazon is down 1.26. Cinemark is down 1.82. Doge is down 1.44. Somebody said that Bitcoin was tanking. I don't see this as a tanking. They're only down 0.47. I'm waiting for them to break past that. Actually, let's look at Bitcoin real quick, just for a second. Because it is important to understand where collateral is coming from, and I do believe that this will be a very clear sign of a need for collateral when we see it break past 19,000 a share, or a coin, sorry, rather. So I'm expecting to see you'll know people are in trouble when you see it break below that. So that's why I'm kind of monitoring that. GME is down 2.92, HYMC is down 2.22. Hood is down 2.45, NCMI is down 0.79, Ape is down 5.12, and AMC is down 3.41. Inflow versus outflow on AMC is currently at $11 million more, or sorry, $1 million more in outflow than inflow for the morning this morning, with 8.78 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for AMC. Let's see, we've traded for 57 minutes. Looks like we're on pace for about 61.6 million shares traded for the day today. I'm suggesting in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 20 to 40 million shares. I think we're on pace for that as of right now. Taking a look at the weekly time interval on the Vortex indicator and RSI down at the bottom of the page here, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.86, which is below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.87, which is below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with what looks to be a divergence coming with an RSI of 32.12. Price is at 918 and falling. It looks like we've got a support line at 921 that's trying to break through. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.9, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.62, which is below average, and almost signaling oversold after already having signaled oversold once earlier today. It is finding some support at $9.21. Whether it breaks through or not, we'll see. On Ape, it's got to be, I can't tell if this has got to be in thousands. Where does it say? Kilo, yeah, thousands. All right, so there's about $2 million more roughly in outflow than inflow on Ape, with 3.44 million shares having been traded so far. Let's check and see what kind of pace we're on. We're at 59 minutes of trading. Total amount of volume is estimated by the end of the day today is 22.8 million at this current pace. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so we're within those parameters. We did just trigger TD9 on the way down, also touching what looks to be like the bottom side of the Bollinger Band. It's really close, not quite, but close. We may see a return of price to the simple moving average. There is definitely some volatility happening right now. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 33.54, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.63, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.97. Again, also printing a TD9 on the 5-minute interval. Takes like 20 minutes to get through the numbers now with the additional coverage. What the heck is this? No, thank you. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. $9.16 on AMC is a new low for us since our last high of 1304, which puts us at 29.8% down in price. Normal turnaround points would be 35%. We need to see price head up to the $10.53 range before we would know that we were going to be seeing higher highs. So this is still, in my opinion, this is still on AMC. It's still trending towards newer lows. Let's check Ape and see how that one's looking. Synthetic price failure for Ape occurs at $6.18. It's not quite there yet. It's at $6.36. I do have the synthetic price failures on the page, which are in red, white, and blue. 19.5% failure from $7.68 would be the $6.18. $6.14 would be 20%, and 21.5% and below would be paper hands at $6.03. That's the objective that institutions are always trying to achieve, is paper hands. you know that they've achieved some paper hands if they hit the numbers that they're trying to hit. If they don't hit those numbers, then they didn't find any paper hands. Tell Dog says, I'm back. I can see what you guys are writing now. Tell Dog says, I might just pour me an adventurous ape. I'm all out of tequila. I'm all out of tequila today. I don't have any tequila left. I might have to have a different drink here. Any truth that BlackRock possibly margin called and liquidated AMC holdings? I have not heard about that, Glock. It would be strange for me to think that that was true. The only reason that I say that is because Larry Fink is kind of like the backbone to Aladdin. And Aladdin is kind of the system that I think runs most of all this algorithmic trading to begin with. So to see, I just don't think BlackRock's going anywhere. I think we'll see. I think there's plenty of institutions that'll be closing up shop for them. Let's just put it that way. Yo says BlackRock is margin. That's kind of how I would look at it. Johnny says, so inflation is like Peter Pan. It only exists if you believe in it, in them. Kinda, I guess. Not really. It really exists. Steven says, so they dropped us about $10 Friday before the split to now. We have no, they haven't. $10. I don't even know where you come up with numbers like that, Steven. That's terrible. That's terrible, Steven. Come on, man. Combined price between AMC and APE is $15.52. We closed on Friday, $18.02. That's less than $3. That's like the worst reporting ever, man. BlackRock margin calls. Okay, guys, let me help you out. 99% of the time, if you hear it from a YouTuber or Reddit, it's BS. They didn't drop us $10 on Friday. $27 to $17. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. Let's see. 27.19. Let's go back and look at it. Actually, they can't. The chart's been normalized. There's no way for me to go back and look now. But I can still pull. I should be able to get an idea. This should be. Oh, it does show 27.19. Okay, cool. It's still showing the 27.19 right there. So that was actually 8.12. That was like 2 weeks ago. Right? 14. That's almost 2 weeks ago. Getting really close to 2 weeks ago. So we didn't drop $10 overnight. That didn't just happen overnight. But this big drop right here on the 17th and the big drop on the 18th was more than likely institutional share ownership being sold off. And the reason that I say that is because if they know that they're lending their shares out and that they're not going to be getting any kind of dividend in with their loaned out shares, and that they're just going to receive cash, then why not just sell the shares and then buy back in at a lower price? So that, in truth, I think that's where a lot of this pressure, downwards movement over this period of time came from. was institutions selling out before the split occurred. I don't know. I don't know what the hell. Oh man, come on, Woodstock. I don't know what you're smoking, man. Yeah, no, we weren't at 25 last Thursday and Friday. That's not correct. Hey, Ape and me salutes the Ape and you. There's just no reason to use that kind of language. I mean, this is Ape versus Ape here, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, just there's no reason for you to you know talk to each other that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd like to believe that we have more respect for each other than that. Johnny says, looking at Ortex today, does it make you think Roach Capital sold a little early? I'm so glad that's taking off, Johnny. Thank you. I like that Roach part. I don't think what he did, in my opinion, would not be a good move. I'll just say that, right? I mean, there's so many reasons, and Bigums did a great job of explaining what those reasons were last night. That I don't even really feel like I need to go back into it again. But there's so many reasons as to why what he did was like the dumbest thing ever. Like it makes no sense whatsoever. First off, it's only part of your valuation, so you sell it off. I mean, there's actually things that kind of make me actually kind of mad about what he did because he did it and then advertised it. And this is how I would put it to you guys is if there's YouTubers out there that are collecting money from the community by putting out content, right? And then they sell off their position in something, and then one way or another, and then they sit back and say like, "But I'm going to sit back and enjoy the comforts of being completely paid off on how much money I've invested in this." And because you guys have been gracious enough to pay me throughout this entire process, I'm going to cash out net even and buy back in for for whatever I've got left over into one of the positions. And thanks for letting me have a free ride. For somebody to be here in this community and sit there and say that, like, I mean, I don't understand how people aren't just like up in arms. Like legitimately, like he is like everything that he has came from you guys. His ability to be able to make that position and that poor position was because of you. And now he's advertising it to you guys that's his take. And then he's suggesting through because he is an influencer. Because he's an influencer, he's suggesting that that's what you should be doing too. Of course, he won't say it. He's saying like, "Ah, no, no, no. I'm not saying you do you, but this is what I'm doing." And he announces it to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like that's disingenuous. You basically got a free meal ticket from the community. You cashed it in. You sold when everybody else is trying to hold, and now you washed your Pontus. Pontius, I don't know in the Bible where he washes his hands clean and free and says, "I'm done, guys. I'm done. I'm washing my hands clear and free. My money's settled. Thank you very much. I've got a clear and free conscience. It's a free ride at this point. Thank you very much. I'm just gonna buy everything into this one AMC and we can still all just be friends." And I say, screw you. Screw you. Pontius Pilate. Yeah. That's what he is. He's washing his hands free, but he's telling everybody to do what you want. Do what you want, but my hands are clear and free of this. I'm not guilty of anything. I'm still in AMC, but my hands are clean and free. Thank you very much for giving me the free ticket. Screw you. Just saying. It just makes me angry. It makes me angry because everything that we stand for, here is about making changes, about trying to make things better, and that's not what he's doing. He's taking the free meal ticket ride and still counting on you to continue to give that to him, and that pisses me off. I don't mind people being monetized, guys. I really don't. I don't care. I think that they deserve to, make something from the work that they put into this. I really do. I really do believe that. But when they pull stunts like that, I can't support it. Stoneface Master says, Casey, why are your mods blocking my comments? Let me see. If you're putting in comments that violate the rules to the channel, that would be one of the reasons that I can think of, but I don't see any comments blocked, and I'm scrolling back quite a ways here, so I don't see any comments blocked so far. But I will say this, though, if you ever feel like you're being blocked on the channel, please do reach out to me. There have been accidental silencings of individuals in the past. In fact, one of my own moderators was silenced, and it happens. So reach out to me, and I'll look at my list. I do go through the list on occasion and see if there's accidental silences of the lambs and try to remove them from the list. So I'm talking about Roach. That's what I'm talking about, Easter. That's what I'm talking about. He wasn't a hero, Prismo. In my opinion, he's not a hero. I don't like creating division in the community. I don't even like the fact that I just said what I said. I really don't like talking about things like that, but it makes me angry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for going off on a rant. I shouldn't have, but it really kind of upsets me, and I just would rather not talk about him anymore. I just don't want to talk about him. As rule number 2 states in here, when you leave in silence. Leave like a true ape. Leave in silence. If he had just walked away in silence, I would have respected that. I would have truly and honestly respected him just walking away in silence and just leaving. I can respect that. He has to do what he thinks is right for himself, but for him to go on and say what he said, he's as an influencer, I think it's wrong. So anyways, I'm going to get off the subject because I got 15 more minutes to be more positive before I got to look at numbers again. I want to be more positive. Greg says that wasn't even close to a rant. But I feel bad though, Greg, because one of my biggest goals that I try to hold for myself, or I try to hold myself to a better standard of, is making sure that the community is tied together. And so, but in this particular instance, I feel like this is one of those instances where you say goodbye to those people. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like, to me, it's a tearing apart of a piece of your body almost. Like, it's like, here you have a person that you've counted on for so long, and you've just ripped them out of the. I feel like we've ripped him out. That's what I feel like. But he was the one that ripped himself out. So Doug, will do. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry to hear that, Doug. I don't know if I can say this out loud or not, but I'll keep you in our thoughts today. Keep Doug in your thoughts, guys. He's got some family stuff going on. Easter Beast, take care. Yeah, I didn't want to read it out loud, Doug, because I wasn't sure if it was okay, but we'll keep you in our prayers, man. Safe travels to you guys if you guys are gonna head out to go check on them. Johnny says you cannot buy back credibility. That's so true. Although I'll tell you what, Johnny, and then this is not meant to be a dig, but if you're as old as I am, it was really kind of strange to me watching the whole process. And I promise you guys, this is not a dig, and I'm not trying to make political statements here at all in any way or shape or form. But the history of Donald Trump was so interesting to me because as a kid growing up in high school, seeing him go from a millionaire slash I think it was just millionaire, seeing him go from a millionaire to bankruptcy to being a TV personality that was, starting to flourish again, and then becoming president was so strange to me. Like one of the weirdest things to see have happen. It made me feel like in life you can be a failure, you can be an absolute failure, and yet still turn around and end up becoming. And I promise you guys, it's not a dig. I'm just saying that I think it's so interesting. You can be a failure in this country in financials to becoming the president of the United States of America, and I think that's a testimony to how quickly society forgets its history. It forgets its history. In fact, I took a class a long time ago about it was a myth and folklore class. It was for English or something like that. I don't remember. It was myth and folklore, something or other, something. At the end of the class, one of the papers that I ended up writing was about the history of um, like Billy the Kid or the gangsters of the 40s, 30s, 20, whenever era it was, Al Capone and all that kind of stuff. How they were, of their times, they were bad people, but time heals and turns those people into myths and folklore. And essentially, with enough time passing, it dilutes the bad things and almost turns them into good things. And it's very interesting how time has a way of doing that. And now in this information era, I think we're seeing a turnaround time on information because we're so heavily overloaded with information now that you actually see people turning around their images much quicker now than in the past. And so, in regards to that statement that you made there about you can't buy back credibility, you don't have to. You just need time. And it's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that time washes away wrongdoings or failures. But anyways, Jordan, I don't remember the specifics. I just know way when I was a kid in high school, I just remember him declaring bankruptcy. I don't know where I don't know how he filed bankruptcy. I don't know. It was a massive story when I was in high school. Donald Trump files for bankruptcy. I just remember that. That's all I know. And so it was just kind of weird. Chris says, by your logic, Casey, Paris Hilton could become the president. Well, you laugh. you laugh, Chris Kringle, but you know what? One of these days you might not be laughing. You know, it's you never know because it might not be Paris Hilton. It might end up being a Kardashian. You know, and it's just it's kind of weird how things work. People laughed when I mean, go back and watch Back to the Future. They laughed at wasn't it Michael J. Fox when they laughed at him about Ronald Reagan being the president or something like that. They laughed at him, or maybe it was the governor. I don't know. I forget what it was, but they laughed at him for something. Myself, I remember my mom actually quizzed me on something. I guess I remember stuff from when I was actually in a crib. I can remember things from when I was in a crib. I remember Fluffy, the kitty cat, jumping into my crib, and I remember the fluffiness of the white cat. I can remember things that are really far back. In fact, it's really odd to me that people can't remember things from really far back, like when they're 2, 3, 4 years old. I remember. I think my mom told me I was like 1 or 2 years old. I remember specifically riding on the back of my dad's bicycle, and when we would come home, we had these snails that would always come out in front of the condominium or whatever it was that we were living. It was a small place that was really high, and they were all compact together. So I don't know what it was, duplex or something, but and I would pick up the snails and I would throw the snails out into the street and watch the cars run over the snails. My mom told me I was like 1 or 2 years old when I did that, but I remember doing those things, and I think it's weird that people can't remember stuff from that far back. So I don't know. The apes and me salutes the apes and you says I used to eat Play-Doh. I never ate Play-Doh, but when I was really super young, my mom used to take me to a daycare center, and they didn't have Play-Doh. They had like well, it was Play-Doh, but it was the homemade version of Play-Doh, and it was really super salty, and it was fun to put like a little tiny pinch and put it in your mouth and taste it because it was like I don't know, it was just good. It was a tasty salty Play-Doh. I know it sounds so gross, but it was fresh. They just made it. I did that. Doge says I remember petting my female teacher's leg while she was reading. All right, it's wait. Okay, I was gonna stop and say it's time to look at the numbers, but it's not. I still got 4 more minutes of awkwardness here now. Anything is possible in the realm of possibilities. Matthew McConaughey may be our next actor in line to run in the next 10 to 12 years. Um, yeah, I, I'm okay. I'm okay with whatever. Throw him up there for election. We'll see what we got. Hey, thanks, Micah. I had a pretty good childhood. I remember running away with my dog Bear. I know my brother wasn't born back then, so I was less than 5. We used to run away all the time together. My parents had like a 3-tier yard, and there was fences on each section. So there was like 3 sections of backyard, and they would put bricks down so that he couldn't get through the first and second section because the third section would lead out to this open field. And so I would let him through the fence on gate 1 and gate 2, and then he would dig the hole through gate 3 that we would crawl through under. And then him and I would run away together and just go frolicking through the field, having a good old time. Oof. Woodstock, I'm glad you're okay, but don't ever do that again. Johnny said, we said we would never forget 9/11 and they closed the museum in New York. I didn't even know they closed the museum. Wow, that's crazy. James says, Casey, image is one thing, and that can be changed over time. But the person was right. You cannot buy credibility. Period. It is essential and divinely given. Look at history and see. I'm not even gonna read that, Doge. Monty says Casey's a serial killer. What the hell? Why would you say that, Monty? What is it? Oh, serial killer because of the snails? They were gross. I don't know. I have no idea why I was throwing them out in the street. I guess it was kind of fun to watch the cars run them over. I have no idea why I did that to the snails. Yeah, those poor snails. I would never do that now. But back then I didn't seem to care. I remember my mom and dad getting horribly sick one time. It was in the same apartment complex or whatever that was that we were living in, duplex. I remember them getting horribly sick, like just horribly sick. And I was starving. And all I remember was is that they were horribly sick. My dad gave me I want to say it was a Three Musketeer. It was either Three Musketeers, Snickers, or a Milky Way. I'm not sure which one it was. I want to say it was a Butterfinger, or not a Butterfinger, but a Three Musketeers. But he handed me a full-on adult-size candy bar when I was like 1 or 2 years old, however old I was, and that was dinner. that was that was dinner, and man, oh, that was the best dinner ever. Oh man, I love. You have no idea if you've got a 1 or 2 year old and you're really sick right now, and you hand them a candy bar for dinner, like a full-on adult-sized candy bar, they're gonna be in heaven. Because man, let me tell you, I was full after that candy bar was done. Brian, we did not get a puppy. No puppy over here. Micah says best dinner in the world when you're a kid. It is. I want to say it was the Three Musketeers. I don't remember. I remember the wrapping. There was something specific about the wrapping that was. You know, imagine it from a child's perspective. Like it's like the golden ticket, and you see it, and it's just like ah, especially after you eat it, right? And you're just like, oh my God, that's the best thing ever. My mom's probably like, just Mom, I love you. I know you guys were just really sick, like really sick, and I know my mom, if you guys knew. My mom probably had no clue that I was getting fed a candy bar for dinner. She never she never did that. Neither of them ever did that again in my entire life. But that day I was dining like a king. All right, it's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. Yo says a bunch of psychopaths in here. All right, let's see what we got going on for numbers. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. Oddly enough, when I went back to the screen for Fidelity, my broker, it didn't ask me for two-factor authentication. Just throwing this out there, day over day, I am down currently 6.31%. So the combined total between AMC and APE is down 6.31% for the day. Even though one is 5.85 and the other is 7.1. I guess that would, no, that shouldn't change anything. Okay. Let me move a couple screens over here and we will take a look at our numbers right now. Starting with off exchange, an hour ago it was 48.76 for AMC, and the EDGX was at 9.71. I would expect about 49% now for off exchange and about 11 to 12% on the EDGX. Let's see what they are now. 47.38, so that's a little bit lower than I expected. And EDGX is at 10.55, also just a tad bit lower than expected. For a grand combined total of 57.93% of our volume going through those off exchanges. Taking a look at the off exchange for APE, again same numbers, 49 and 11 to 12. Currently at very high numbers, 58.29 through the off exchange, and the EDGX is at 8.83. 67.12% of our volume going through the off exchanges on APE. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago, there was a return of 560,000 shares being reported. That is now a return of 144,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 21.17%. Cost to borrow average is at 18.46. Shares on loan today is super high at 190.71 million, which is an increase of 6.2% day over day, and I'm estimating about 2.2 million of that to be a new short interest, which obviously is probably making some money today due to the fact that the price is lower. Taking a look at APE. An hour ago, there was a return of 1.42 million. It is now 2.06 returned, which is going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated current short share interest of the free float. However, it did not. This is very unusual. I don't see this happen very often because I know I'm almost positive for a fact that it was below 30% before. So we've had return shares on more return shares than an hour ago, but the estimated short share interest of the free float is rising. It's at 30.05%. Cost to borrow average is at 16.98%. And shares on loan for the day today is at 155.85 million shares, which is an increase of 17.6 million shares on loan day over day. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of volume for call options on AMC is at a $22 strike. An hour ago, there was 900.9 thousand contracts. That's still the same value. For the puts, highest amount of volume was at a $20 strike price. It looks like it's now 16. With there was 200,000 200 contracts or thereabouts, 0.2 thousand contracts. It is now 0.4 at 16. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna scroll up just a tad to make sure that is the highest volume. It is. Let me just check APE real quick on the options just to make sure that we don't have an options chain. Yep, still no options chain showing on APE. Just wanted to verify that because I know that is a hot topic. All right, taking you guys to the other screen, we've got orders by Fidelity customers. APE is currently 14th most heavily traded stock with 73% buys to 27% sales. And AMC is right below that in 15th with 78% buys to 22% sales. The dip is being purchased. GME is currently in 20th, most heavily traded stock with 75% buys to 25% sales. The dip is being bought. $8.61 is SSR's trigger price for AMC. It has not been triggered yet. It does appear that they have borrowed some more shares. There's 150 there. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to do some math. Let's see, 550, 650, 700,000 shares having been borrowed. 950,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today, according to Sonko Tracker. Still not showing ETFs, not sure why. The fees are at 21.6%. Ooh, I just saw a high number there. NASDAQ is down 2.52, Dow Jones is down 1.67, and the S&P 500 is down 2%. The market is on fire. Don't touch the floor because it is looking like hot lava. Decliners at 5,319, advancers 1,414. The VIX is up 6.24%. VTI is down 2.03. Let's look at IWD is down 1.73. Let's take a look at the SPY. The SPY is down 1.98%. The market is getting crushed. Amazon is down, Tesla is down 1.84, Amazon down 2.86, Cinemark down 3.26, Doge down 3.72, Bitcoin down 3.07 and starting to head towards that 19K. GME is down 3.79, HYMC is down 4.98, Hood is down 4.79, NCMI is down 2.54, Ape is down 7.17, and AMC is down 5.69. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have currently $1 million more roughly in outflow than inflow on AMC, with 15.59 million shares having been traded after 100 minutes. Putting us on a pace for 60 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we would see somewhere between 20 to 40 million. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.57, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.35, which is below average. On the hourly, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 28.26, signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 27.22, signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.7 after having dipped three times today during market open hours in being oversold. Looking at Ape, currently we have about $1.5 million more in outflow than inflow, with 5.22 million shares having been traded so far after 101 minutes. Putting us on a pace for about 20.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares traded for the day. Taking a look at the hourly indicators here for Vortex indicator and RSI, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.53, which is below average, almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 30.89, almost signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 37.56, which is below average. We did find a little bit of a support right there, 896. So I'm going to go ahead and track that as our new low on AMC. That is 31.3% down from 1304. Usually the turnaround point's about 35% price point, which I think I have marked in here the red line. 847. $8.47 happens to be pretty darn close to where SSR trips at $8.61. Do note, the larger the swing down, usually means the larger the swing is going to be up. Just keep that in mind. Historically. In regards to Ape, we have not hit a synthetic price failure yet, but it is getting close. That starts at $6.18. Let's see here. I'm reading through what you guys are saying here. Sorry, Paul Volcker were wildly credited with curbing the rate U.S. inflation, which peaked at 14.8% in March of 1980, fell below 3% by 1983. He raised interest rates with shock to the system. Johnny, thank you for looking that up. Yucca Frida, how's it going? Seasoned curly fries. I would go to the description box. I've got something in there, a video for you. I forget how long the synthetic price failure video is. I think it's the longer of the two, which might be like 16 minutes of your life. But I think it's well worth listening to. And I'll just give you like a really quick, brief rundown as to how I got to finding synthetic price failures. Real quick story, because I got like 5 minutes before I got to go to break. But um, I got really pissed off in March last year. All the Wall Street bet guys kept saying like sell on the backside of sell on the backside, sell on the backside. I was like, how do you figure out where the hell the backside is on a squeeze? And I couldn't quite understand it. Nobody could tell me. Nobody could tell me how to find the backside of a squeeze. And so I decided to do a deep dive into looking at what happened with GME in January of last year, which led me down a rabbit hole, looking at Tesla, at VW, um, and there was one other one, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's one other one that I was looking into as well, and I kept seeing this very distinct pattern that was popping up. So I started crunching the numbers, and essentially what I found was that there's the algorithmic trading has these percentages. If you track the price right, if you do it a certain way, you can find where the algorithmic selling points are. What I call them is synthetic price failures, where they 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 drop the price a certain percentage to elicit people selling their shares. A lot of people like to refer this, the Wyckofians like to refer to that, or Wyckofians, sorry, like to refer to that as distribution. And then at the bottom of distribution would be accumulation, where they start collecting those shares, right? So they drop the price synthetically, right? They start dropping price by just selling into the market, and then they start buying at the bottom, and you can see this all over the place in the market, and the percentages of failures. There's very specific turnaround points are 20, 35, and 60%. But you have to track the price a certain way to be able to find the percentages. Uh, so I found this, took this information, and started looking around all over the place to see if it was always true, and it was. So the next step from there was saying, okay, well, could you potentially trade based off the knowledge of the idea that you know what a synthetic price failure is? Could you potentially trade knowing where those turnaround points are, or the algorithmic turning points on price failures, based off that knowledge? And I actually took that information. I said, okay, well, I need something with high volume so I can test it out, but low price. So I actually ended up going over to cryptocurrency and trying it on cryptocurrency, and I found out that cryptocurrencies actually have the same exact synthetic price failures. They're just different numbers, the percentages. I'm not going to tell you guys what those are because I don't want there to be any kind of, I don't want to be responsible for any kind of you guys doing some trades. But I went over there and I did some trades. I put $300 into Webull, did some quick trades through Doge, and was able to find out what the different algorithmic trading patterns are for cryptocurrencies. And it's amazing how accurate those numbers are and how often they work. Anyways, long story short, I'm doing the live stream and talking about synthetic price failures, and I get a message from Mark. I think it was Mark. I can't remember Mark's last name. A guy who was watching on here, and he sends me this article that was written in 2014 by the gentleman by the name of Jerry Klein. And I'll link that actually in here because this is like one of my most favorite articles to link people to. Jerry Klein posted this article. I guess he was a broker in the market for, I forget how many years it was. You can go look him up. But he went out there and he started talking about, he wrote this article in 2014. He started talking about, what hedge funds do and how they attack price. They call it crashing and sticking. And essentially in his article, he directly says, right straight in the article, he says, I'll quote it right here. Massive counterfeiting can drive the stock price down in a matter of hours on extremely high volume. This is called crashing the stock, and a successful crash is a one-day drop of 20% or a 35% drop in a week. In order to make the crash stick or make it more effective, it is done concurrently with all or most of the following. And then he goes on to talk about media assaults, analyst reports, planting moles in target companies, frivolous SEC investigations, class action lawsuits, interfering with target companies' customer financings, etc., pulling margin from long customers, and paid bashers. This is an article written in 2014. I knew I was onto something. I mean, I already knew I was onto something because I'd already proven it, but the fact that somebody in 2014 basically turned around and published an article that confirmed everything that I was seeing, and that there was nothing to suggest that anything has changed since 2014 was absolutely shocking to me. Absolutely shocking. It makes me have goosebumps just talking about it right now. But the link that I'm giving you right there is a copy pasted version of the article. You can find the actual article by searching for it. Be very careful. There are links inside the article that could lead to potential malware. So be very, very careful not to click on any links in the article itself. But I'm just throwing this out there because I think it's important because our entire story. I don't want to pin it up to the top because I think the other thing that I've got pinned to the top is better. But this entire article tells us everything that it is that we need to know about what's going to happen to us. It's their entire playbook, written in 2014. It predicted everything that's going to happen to us in 2014. If you want to know what's going to happen, there you go. Go read it. So, anyways, synthetic price failures. They've been known. I coined the term synthetic price failures because I like to, whenever I come up with an idea or a theory, I call it something. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. and so I call it synthetic price failure because it's like SPF. It's like the sunscreen that hedge funds use, the sunscreen that they apply in order to drop price to keep the price movement upwards is the sun, right? They don't want to see the sun. So Casey tossed that in the Discord. Okay. Copy link. Hold on a second. I'll put it in the DD section. But There it is. You got a 5-minute story in 7 minutes. So that's why I called it synthetic price failures, because that's all I could think of is what it was, is it was a failure in price. It were these synthetic movements in price where they were essentially dropping it, even though the price or the value may have been worth more at the time. They were synthetically failing the price to elicit people to sell their shares. Why? Because we're so freaking predictable. That's why. They know how much it takes to drop the price in order to get people to sell, because it psychologically we do the same thing over and over and over. We're very, very predictable. We are super predictable. So they trade off of that. Casey, what happens to Ape if SSR is triggered? Do they have the ability to print synthetics? So no, that's not necessarily how it works. So I don't want you guys. The whole idea behind a synthetic price failure isn't having to do with the idea of synthetic shares. It's more of it's a failing in price. It's a synthetic failure of price, meaning there's actual buying pressure that's going on, but the price is still falling, like you can see today. Like when I pull up Fidelity and you see that there's a 70% buy to sell ratio on Ape, and yet price is still failing. That's the synthetic part of it. It's not a real failure in price. It's a fake failure in price. It's an attempt to try and get people to sell their position because we're so predictable. And the only time you can tell when a synthetic price failure works or not, because if it goes past 21.5%, that means they found shares and it became profitable. It became profitable at greater than 21.5% down from the previous high, to drop the price and continue to collect shares on the way down. So that's when you start seeing bigger numbers. That's when you start seeing the 30. So if it goes past 21.5%, you'll see it go to 35%, sometimes 40. It's kind of like here nor there. But it'll go past that, and that just tells you that there's a greater amount of paper hands that were found, and it became profitable, more profitable, to continue to push the price down further because they found those paper hands. So it's just kind of, I don't know. It is what it is. Pro Jeweler says this is a psychological play. Very, very psychological. Oh, you asked about SSR? My bad. Sorry, I was talking about SPF so much that I failed. So the short exemption rule states that during times of low liquidity, when SSR is tripped, that they're allowed to create short exempt volume, which means they can just basically create synthetic movement of shares. So yes, when SSR is tripped, that would be the case. Synthetic volume is created to complete orders. It's to create a liquid market, and they're actually kind of required to do so. You know, Faith, Family, and Fishing. If you look at the options chain, ever since we dropped below $10 on AMC, it is absolutely like I think the haircuts have taken an impact on the options chain. Just go look at the options chain. The volume that we have in the options chain for AMC is like so minimal, it's not even funny. Like we would see on a day like this, we would see massive amounts of shorting positions open, like 20,000. Right now, because of the haircuts, the required amount of collateral to open up those positions as the price is moving downwards, you can see that they're not. I mean, the total amount of volume so far, the last time I ran the numbers, which was 27 minutes ago, there was the highest amount of volume that they had on puts at a $16 strike price was 481 contracts. Normally, by this time of the day, we would have seen like 15,000 contracts, but there's only 481. Why? Because there's more collateral needed in order to open up new positions under $10. So if you want if somebody's saying that that the haircuts are not taking or having an impact, I would say that's probably not true. But also remember too that the collateral needed to hold for the AMC one positions is different because it's the combined total of AMC and Ape together, which at this time is $15.40. So the collateral needed to hold AMC one short positions is not the same thing as what it would be to hold AMC short positions. So there's something different there. So we're not under $10 yet. We're still over $10 for collateral needed to hold AMC one positions. That was everything that was opened up prior to the 19th. Bernie Madoff says losing money isn't a psychological ploy; it's a real phenomenon. That's because people react. You're right. It's a real phenomenon because people react when they see their account hit a certain amount in losses. And I can tell you for a fact, Bernie Madoff, that when I was trading in the market crash of 2000, the dot-com bubble, the 9/11 bubble, I did that, and it was about 40% for me. When I started seeing about 40% losses, I was done, and I said, "That's it. I'm moving everything," and I took those losses. Biggest worst mistake. I was a brand new trader, had no idea what I was doing. But if I could go back in time, if I could go back in time and I could go back to young Casey, I'd say, young Casey, hold. It is absolutely the best thing you can do. If you've already seen the losses in your account, but you haven't realized them, hold your position because it's not real yet. It's not real until you sell. When you sell, then you accept the losses. But I didn't. I was a brand new trader back then, brand new, only 2 or 3 years old into trading, and I sold my position at 40. It was too much pressure. So I sold my positions and tried to move to better, newer, more safer positions, and still took losses. So they're real because they are psychological. Man, I wish I could. I really wish I could go back to old Casey. I had so much money I could have made if, oh man, if I could go back to old Casey from back in 2000, if I could go back, or not old Casey, but young Casey, if I go back to young Casey and say like, Casey, just hold your position, hold your position. You know what, younger Casey would come back to me back in 2005. He would have been like,
That was easy.
oh man, he'd have been rolling in dough. That bastard, that young Casey, that 2005 Casey, he would have been rolling in bucks. Oh man, Casey, Yucca Frida was not 3 years old in 2000. Nice try. I was born in '76, man. '76. I guess I would have been a Trey in 2000. Never thought about it like that before. Hmm, interesting. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna take a break. I will be back at 11:10. Jordan says, yeah, but holding or selling is stock dependent. I would agree with that, Jordan, right? But the thing is I wasn't invested in things that were failing companies. I wasn't. I wasn't invested in failing companies. I was invested in a market that was failing. And being invested in a market that's failing is not one of the times when you sell your position. Not if the prices have already fallen and you haven't gotten out yet. That's the worst time. That's the worst time to sell. You hold. Not financial advice. But it's not bad advice though. The market inherently moves up in price. It doesn't stay down forever. It recovers. Yeah, younger sub-hazard boss held the bags on some of the companies that went bankrupt during that time. Now, see that's a different story, right? But I didn't have any. All the positions that I had back then were mainly home builders. Believe it or not, I was actually buying because what happened was that I bought my first house in 1998. Wait, 99? 99. I bought my first house in 1999. And I knew, and the reason that I bought my house was because Bill Clinton had signed a bill that made it much easier for first-time home buyers to be able to buy a house. And I knew at that time, I knew that there was a lot of home building going on, and so I was invested in a lot of home builders. Well, those home builders, they didn't go bankrupt. They ended up turning around and making crap tons more money not much longer later. I mean, I would have been raking in the bucks. I'd have been raking in the bucks if I'd have just held, but I didn't. But whatever. It is what it is. All right, I'm heading to break. I'll see you guys at 11:10.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Alrighty, I'm back. How many points did we go up? 75, 100, 200. Not sure what you're referencing there, Forrest. So a couple things I want to share with you guys real quick. Number one, I know this question's been floating around out there. Did Adam Aron sell more shares into the market? As of yesterday, there's been confirmation that Adam Aron has not sold a single share back into the market beyond of Ape, beyond the 500. Not he didn't sell any. The only shares that have been distributed is the 517, 516 million shares that are owned inside the float and the outstanding shares. End of story. We are getting some confirmation through John Merriweather as to whether or not the remaining 483, 484 million shares are held with AMC or if they're held with computer share. But as of yesterday, it has been confirmed through John Merriweather that not a single share of AMC or Ape rather has been sold back into the market. So, all y'all out there who are thinking that AMC surely must have sold shares, you are wrong. That is not the case. We're going to find out more specifically about some of the shares that were held and where they're being, potentially stored at. I believe that they would, in order for those shares to be issued, AMC would have to put out an announcement. So I tend to believe that AMC is holding on to the rest of those 480 million shares. I don't think that they're stored with computer share, but we're going to find that out hopefully tonight. Next thing that I want to talk about. This is I don't want to give any names. I don't want to give. Yeah, I just don't want to give any names. There's somebody who received back a tweet from a broker. Says, unfortunately, it is not possible to increase your position in the AMC Entertainment Holdings Incorporated preferred units. This because of the taxation complexity and the key investor document missing. It will be possible to hold and or close. If questions remain, contact our service desk. So I don't want to say which broker because I'm not really sure. I probably could say that part. I can't even pronounce this. Degiroeu. Degiroeu. I can't say it. So there is at least one broker out there who is stating that they are allowing close only or hold or close only positions allowed. Lastly, the Rem Taco says, I finally received mine in a YOLO account last night. That's good. Lastly, the one last thing I will read to you guys is that Ortex did put out a response. They didn't specifically respond to me specifically. However, they did respond to the idea of what it was that I put out yesterday in a question to them about the position. Let me pull it up for you guys here real quick, if I can find it. why I'm having such a hard time. Where did it go? Which way did it go? Hold up a second. Let me find this. All right, here we go. Ortex says, we have received inquiries regarding the lending data for APE, as anecdotal reports suggest that many brokers have been slow to deliver post the new units into investors' accounts. Here are a few things to consider. On Friday, AMC had 2,200 outstanding loans that include 159 million AMC shares. AMC distributed 516 million new APE units on Friday, and AMC and APE started trading separately on Monday with nearly 123 million volume. As a highly liquid security, short sellers could easily secure APE units to deliver when returning AMC shares as they close out bearish positions. In the first 4 days of trading, 286 million total shares traded hands. Additionally, remember that it takes time for all market participants to set up this unique new equity unit in their systems to ensure proper reporting. We update the data as soon as we receive it. If 159 million AMC shares were already on loan, then that could be considered a relative starting point for APE shares on loan when it started trading. AMC and APE now trade separately, and corresponding short interest and lending data will fluctuate independently going forward. As of today, Ortex shows that AMC has 190.71 million shares on loan and APE has 155.85 million shares on loan. They're suggesting that basically the amount of shares that were going to be on loan for AMC would transfer over to APE, which is terrible, absolutely terrible reporting on their part. To which somebody replying, this James, I don't know if I'm not following James Delaney. I don't know who he is, but he's not wrong. He's actually really, really right on this. He says, first, they had from an earnings report to set up the delivery of APE, so you can cut that narrative right now. Second, the CEO has stated several times that retail owns the majority of the float. Third, short positions cannot receive dividends. You lose more credibility daily. He's right. He's right on every single one of those points, which is the reason why I brought up the question in the first place. They can't be reporting 138 million shares available to lend, or 135 million shares that are lending, when not everybody's received their shares, and the anybody who had loaned out shares wouldn't have been receiving shares in order to lend again. It would have been impossible. So on day 2, you couldn't possibly have 135 million shares on loan. It's not a feasible possibility. It's not possible. So yeah, they didn't do a very good job of answering. But it's okay, they didn't have to, because today we could see the information much more clear, and it made a lot more sense today. A lot more sense. Rem Taco, good afternoon. Good to see you. Normal Cat says, well, I have 3 brokers and all APE is hold or sell. Brokers tell me that because of PRIIP rules, sorry, I don't know what that is. I'm not a strong reader. Yeah, so sounds like there's plenty of brokers out there who are sell only. Captain Awesome, I don't know what to make of it. I don't know why the ETFs aren't being reported on Stonko Tracker. I really don't know. AV says, hey Casey, where is the 2014 article you were talking about? GSR 1996 tried to help me, but I still can't find it. What's the link called? I'll just link it back up to the top again for you. Hopefully that helps you. Normal Cat, you're from Sweden? Yes! I found my second Sweden. Swede. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you Sweden. I found my second Swede. My hand's up to you, brother. Sister, I don't care. It doesn't matter, one way or the other. I think it's so cool, by the way. I think it's so cool. That we're. Sorry, I wasn't born in the information technology age, right? This is cool to me, and I've been gaming for a long time, and it's been cool ever since I was gaming. You start gaming, you start playing with guys from Netherlands or whatever, and it's just like, it's kind of one of the coolest things ever. But here we are, social media, and we're talking with people on the other side of the world. I think it's awesome. The VIX is up 9.78. It's time to take a look at the numbers, guys. Barry's wanting to know what's going on with Ape. It's taking a little bit of a plunge here. A synthetic price failure does occur at $6.18. They usually do try to find paper hands. Looks like they're trying to push the price down here a little bit. It did crawl right down the backside of this Bollinger Band, which usually means that it's going to return to the simple moving average before moving down further. Let me take a look at our numbers. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Bernie Madoff, really, in my opinion, I think one of the biggest catalysts would be a market downtrend. Mass market recession. Recession would cause forced collections, which is otherwise known as margin calls. And so really that's what we're waiting for, Bernie. We're waiting for you to turn yourself in. We're waiting for yourself to turn yourself in because you know the jig's up. Yeah, essentially ape logic, that's exactly what it comes down to. A synthetic price failure is just simply an opportunity for shorting positions to drop the price in a manner in which cause paper hands. Now, let me just say this too, Ape Logic. It doesn't necessarily have to be just short hedge funds. It could also be long institutions as well. I would just say institutionally across the board. Institutionally across the board, it's a price failure to generate paper hands, but it comes at a cost. Let me go ahead and update my brokerage account here, and we will take a look at the numbers. Taking you guys over the other page, I will not be able to see what you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until I get done. When you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, I'll be able to say, or I'll be able to see what it is you guys are saying. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. Even keeps me out of mine sometimes. All right, here we go. Moving 2 screens over, and we are good to go here. Oops, not that one. Starting with off exchange, right here next to me. An hour ago for AMC, it was 47.38 through the off exchange, and the EDGX was at 10.55. It is now currently at 48.89, and 10.3, for a combined total of 59.19% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges. Taking a look at Ape, an hour ago it was 58.29%, and the EDGX was at 8.83. Let's refresh that. We now have 58.63 going through the off exchange, and EDGX is at 8.76 for a combined total of 67.39% of our volume going through the off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex, it was showing a return of 144,000 shares. It's now showing a return of 178,000 shares. Not much change. That's not going to really change much. The estimated current short share interest of the free float at 21.16%. Cost to borrow average at 19.17. Shares on loan for the day today is at 190.71 million shares on loan. That is 6.2 million more than it was the previous day, with 2.2 million of that I'm estimating to be new short interest, which likely made money today with the price drop that we've had so far. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was a return of 2.06 million shares. It is now 2.88 million shares. And that's going to have the effect of lowering the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 29.69%. Cost to borrow average at 17.26. Shares on loans at 155.85 million shares on loan, which is an increase day over day by 17.6 million shares. Let me look at the options. Highest amount of volume for call contracts is at a $22 strike price. An hour ago there was 900,000 or 0.9 thousand contracts. That's still the same. Highest amount of volume for put contracts is at a $16 strike price. An hour ago there was 0.4 thousand contracts. There's now 4.8 thousand contracts. So big increase there on a $16 strike. The total amount of money combined for the two stocks is currently showing up at 15.68. So it could have been new positions that were opened in the last hour that caused price to drive underneath that. Nope, that's not true. It was already under 16 bucks combined. Hold on a second, I gotta sneeze. Oof, it was one of those ones that like lingers for a second and then comes in like nice and violently. Yep, that hurts my neck. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. Maybe. Ape is currently the 13th most heavily traded stock with a 75% buy to 25% sell ratio. And AMC coming in at 80% buys to 20% sales. AMC has a very high buy sell ratio. GME is currently 23rd with a 77% buy to 23% sell ratio. Looks like we are absolutely buying the dip. Trigger price for SSR is $8.61. It looks like they've only returned shares in the last hour. Fees for borrowing is down to 18%. NASDAQ is down, 2.84. Dow Jones is down 1.98, and S&P 500 is down 2.3. The market's on fire. Looks like nasty. It's swampy out here. I almost said something else. Decliners, 5,500 decliners to 1,266 advancers. The VIX is up 10.56%, almost back to 25. It's at 24. VTI is down 2.36, IWD is down 1.98, Tesla is down 2.47, Amazon is down 3.35, Cinemark is down 2.02, Doge is down 5.23, Bitcoin down 4.4%, GME is down 3.79, HYMC is down 4.11, Hood is down 5.76, NCMI is down 3.17, Ape is down 6.15, and AMC is down 4.07. Refreshing inflow versus outflow on AMC, we currently have more outflow than inflow by less than $1 million, with 21.73 million shares having been traded so far for the day today. Let's see what we got going on here. Stop, Siri. Just stop. Just stop. 184 minutes of trading so far, putting us on pace for about 46 million shares traded for the by the end of the day, and I suggested in pre-market 20 to 40 million. Looks like we're on pace to hit the 20 to 40. On the weekly, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.88, which is below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.8, which is below average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.15, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.74, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.85, which is just slightly below average. I forgot to look at Ichimoto now that they've normalized the charts. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for both AMC and Ape. I think I will do that after I'm all done with looking at both of them. It'll be the last thing I do. Ape. I might only look at them from the 1-hour chart, though. I don't know about 4-hour night. I guess we have a week's worth of data. We might be able to get away with the 4-hour chart. We'll see. Let's see here. Ape. Almost $2 million more in outflow than inflow. 7.45 million shares traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 15.62 million shares traded by the end of the day. I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. So we're definitely on pace for that. On the weekly, on the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.12, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.62, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 46.35, which is slightly below average. Let's take a look at the Ichimoto clouds. We get rid of the Bollinger Bands and all the rest of the data and see what those look like. I know if you're brand new to the channel, guys, I know it's not called an Ichimoto cloud. That's just kind of a fun name that we've nicknamed it. On the Ichimoto cloud for Ape, we are trading inside the cloud. The conversion line is below the baseline. This would become a buy signal once we broke out of the cloud. Normally, price likes to move down through green clouds and up through red clouds, the thinner portions of them. So we're we kind of started to move up above it. Let's see, 826 would have been at like 1231 today. Yeah, so like an hour ago, we were starting to shoot up above the cloud, but didn't quite make it, and it fell back down into the cloud, or back through the cloud and back into the cloud again. So kind of a fake breakout, and you can see that the conversion line it joined up with the base, but never actually crossed the base, and the lagging line is below the price line. So this indicator right here, this Ichimoto indicator, would have protected you from making a too early of a position because you wouldn't have seen the conversion and lagging line acting appropriately. So you would have known this was a false break to the upside. The breakout, the thinning portion of the red cloud that's coming up in the future doesn't happen until 1250. Son of a gun. No wonder. I was sitting here looking at this going like, this is too soon of a time. I'm looking at the 1 minute, guys. Give me a second. I'm on the 1 minute. You should only look at this on the 1 hour. Such a rookie. On the 1 hour chart, I was going like, where's my aftermarket hour periods? I don't see them in here. On the 1 hour chart, sorry about that. We are trading inside the cloud, which is a period of time where there's uncertainty. The conversion line is below the baseline. The lagging line is below the price line. This is not showing up as a buy, but on Monday there is a thinning portion of the cloud showing up, which means that we could see in the later half of Monday there being some potential buying pressure, maybe even in the aftermarket hours on Monday as well. Taking a look at the 4 hour on Ape, it's still too soon. It's too soon to be collecting 4 hour data. We've only traded for a week. The indicator here is not collected enough data yet to look at this on a 4 hour. On AMC on the hourly, it appears the base and the conversion line are on the same. Okay, base is 1 penny higher than the conversion. So conversion is below base, lagging line is below price line, and we are coming up to a thinner portion of red cloud, which means we could break to the top side. Again, Monday. Taking a look at a 4 hour. Price is well below. Now see again with this price adjustment after this split, there's not enough data to really imply anything here. And I would say that even though the chart has been normalized for the difference, you can see the price drop. It's going to calculate this into the numbers until we've moved well beyond that to where it's like, I guess maybe we probably won't be able to look at a 4 hour chart until like the 15th, like halfway through next month. Would be the soonest that I would say that we could probably start looking at this chart again. It needs to get past this data. And I think a lot of the lagging points are like 16 points behind. Oh no, wait, maybe it's more than that. On a 4 hour, hold on a second, let me look and see. Oh, 52. Oh, that's the leading. The base leading conversion. Okay, so the conversion periods are 9 periods behind. So I think lagging might be 9 periods as well. I always forget. 9 periods past. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We could probably start looking at a 4 hour maybe by like the 7th of next month. Maybe by the beginning of not next week, but the week after. When would that be? That would be the 5th. Yeah. I'll start looking at the 4 hour Ichimoto clouds on the 5th for both Ape and AMC. Otherwise, I'm just going to look at 1 hour clouds from here on out. We did have an abnormal large spike in volume on AMC with about 1 million shares that were traded here. An abnormal purchase because most of our minutes in here right now are trading probably around like averaging maybe 41,000 shares a minute. That might have been an off-exchange trade that went through. I'd have to pull up the data to see. Let's see what time that was. 12:34. Yeah, that had to be it. It's either bad reporting or it was an off-exchange trade that was made because in the order book or in the time and sales, I'm not seeing any abnormal data implying a million shares or even anything close to that were exchanged or traded. All right, I'm going to start with Rem Taco. No, I'm not. I'm going to start with, yeah, I got my dogs, but they just don't make a lot of money in their line of work. Brian says the people at the store looked at me funny when I was buying strawberry cream cheese. That's none of their business. Sam I Am says my ex wanted me to pay for everything. I dumped her ass after a month. Definitely a red flag. Yes, Captain Awesome says, don't forget that Ape SSR is triggered today. New trigger price is 615. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Captain. Let me write that down, actually. 615. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. I'm taking your word for it, but thank you. Let me just check real quick here. Okay, so it almost got down to it. 615, would that correspond with some of those synthetic price failures? Wouldn't you know? Look at that, Captain Awesome. 618 is a synthetic price failure. It's right there. You can almost, man, you can almost, when you see the synthetic price failure and SSR line up, it's almost one of those things where you can just go like, it's almost a sure thing that it's going to happen. Almost, not quite. Just to let you guys know, I'm going to open up the back of the Big Tramp today for talking in the Power Hour. Unless you guys want me to open it up earlier, I'm open to opening. It's up to you guys. Ape says the squeezes started, Bitcoin's down 900. Wait for it to break past 19. Wait for it to break past 19 and break hard for 13. That's I wouldn't say the squeezes started, but I tell you that means that they need more collateral. So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see Bitcoin drop down to like the 12, 13 range. Yeah, Captain Awesome, I appreciate it, man. I didn't have those numbers written down, and I wish Stonko Tracker would report that. But I appreciate you. It's teamwork making the dream work, man. Or the other way around. However, how are you supposed to say that saying? Words. GSR says, "Are you sure you don't want to share those hints on those?" So here's the thing, GSR. Like I've given you a hint, right? Like I've told you that synthetic price failures occur at 20, 35, and 60%. The 35 number is kind of it can be 35 or 40. It's kind of it's close enough, right? Um, think about this. There's something different about crypto that doesn't happen in the stock market that happens in cryptocurrency, which is that it trades 24/7. And so what I want you to do is I want you to think about that for a second. If institutions know that there's going to be periods of time where they can quote unquote potentially catch people with their pants down, it would be in the middle of the night. Would they be able to decrease those numbers to some points? See if you go back to some charts, start looking at the numbers the way that I track them, and see if there isn't something in there, some specific turnaround points that occur all the time. You're like, wait a minute, this happens all the time. What's the deal? What's going on here? See if there isn't something that makes sense to you. Go back and look at it, because all you got to do is really just pull up a chart and just look at points where it starts moving around and measuring out what the price difference in failure was from like a high to a low, right? Wherever you see those high to lows are at, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for those synthetic price failures. But let me tell you something really interesting about cryptocurrency though, GSR, and I'm only talking about this because I want you to be I want to see you successful more than anything. I want to see retail win. And what I'm going to tell you is this: the same thing I just told you. In order for you to trade it successfully, in order to use, and this is part of the reason why I won't give this information out. In order for you to be successful in trading cryptocurrency on synthetic price failures and accurately swing trade those things, what you're going to need to do is be up 24/7 because it trades 24/7. So if you're going to go to bed, you better set yourself up some limits. The problem is that if you set up the limits, the buy and sell limits, you're going to somehow have to set up the buy limit after you've sold the limit, right? So if you sold at some limit and then you have a buyback in point at a certain point, you're going to have to be awake for that. So let me just tell you right now, I did it for about, I want to say it was like 2.5, maybe it was 3 weeks. I think I did it for 3 weeks. Maybe it was 2 weeks. I don't remember. It was back in March last year, so it was a long time ago. But you're going to get tired quick. You're going to get tired really, really, really quick. So just know that it's a lot of work, and it kind of ends up becoming a full-time job if you're going to try to do something like that. So if you can't dedicate that time to doing something like that, then don't even try, because it's not worth it. You could lose money. Maggie's saying, are hedgies having to provide more collateral now that we are below 10? I don't think that's the reason why, because we've been under 10 since Monday. Well, Monday or Tuesday. So I'm going to say no. Sam, I totally disagree with that statement. I totally disagree. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I disagree with that statement. What do you like to do for fun, Sam? Just tell me one of your hobbies. Any hobby. Just list any hobby you want. Anyone, doesn't matter. Any hobby. Your statement about insecurity and makeup. Okay. Of course you had to go with working out. That just means you're insecure. You're just insecure. If you're working out, then you just must be insecure. Danny says poker. You must be insecure. It wouldn't have mattered what you would have said. I would have just said that you were insecure. Just because you have a hobby doesn't mean that you're insecure. It just means that you have a hobby. I'm not saying that it can't mean that they're insecure, because it could mean that, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean that. Well, I told you to give me a hobby. I didn't tell you to give me something that you do for your health. I said give me a hobby. I'm telling you right now that there are women out there that love putting on makeup just because it's a hobby. It's something that they like doing because it's fun. There are legitimately women who do it for fun. Yeah, putting on makeup can be buying and putting on makeup can absolutely be a hobby. It's not for me, but it is for my wife, and I know I can guarantee you for a fact she is not insecure about how she looks. Well, she probably has some insecurities about how she looks. I think a lot of women probably have that, but not all of them. But you know what? I don't think she does it because I don't think she does it because she's insecure. I think she does it because she likes to. I know that she likes to put on makeup, and she has a huge, vast array of makeup to choose from, and she's always trying different looks and stuff, and it's really just fun for her. It's fun for her to try different things. Yeah, some women. That's right. I mean, I would agree with that. Some women who put on makeup are insecure. I would agree with that. Dino Mike says it's my daughter's hobby for sure. Yeah, I mean, some for some of them it's just strictly just a fun thing. They just like playing makeup. It's just fun to do. Just kind of like how for us guys, it was fun to play with GI Joes. It was just fun to do. Didn't mean I was insecure or that I wanted to go kill somebody. It just meant that I wanted to play around, have fun, have a hobby. But Donkey Kong, my wife would love your wife. My wife, I think she owns a Sephora, and I love her for it. My wife works for Sephora. There are tons of men that also use makeup, and this is true. But Donkey Kong's not right. There are men out there who use makeup. Yeah, and some of them like to put on makeup just as much as the women do. And it's not because they're self-conscious. It's because they legitimately just. I'll tell you what, guys. I watch YouTube videos with my wife. I haven't been doing it as much lately, but I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos of makeup channels that she watches, and let me tell you guys, it is a serious hobby, a major serious hobby out there for women and makeup. And you just wouldn't know unless you didn't watch. But I actually know a lot about makeup that I probably just shouldn't even know about. But I care. I know because I care, and I think it's interesting. I would never put makeup on. I don't I don't have any I just think it's a fascinating thing to see. When I was a kid myself, yes, my hobby was playing with GI Joes as a kid, yes. Nana says Johnny Depp. You know what, Nana? We went and watched the Elvis movie, and one of the things that I thought was kind of curious was they made him out to be this guy who like overshadowed his eyes with I don't even know what to call it, because what he used is not what I think you normally use for shadowing on your eyes, but whatever it is that they were putting on him in the thing, they made him look like he was kind of like a modern day what do they call him? There's a name and I can't remember what they're called. Emo. They made him look like a modern day emo. And it wasn't. I don't think they put eyeliner. It didn't look like eyeliner, Nana, in the movie. It looked like something else to me. But um, they literally made him look like a modern day emo, and I thought it was kind of disingenuous because it almost like they were trying to give him like the old Elvis or the Elvis when he was younger, a new age look that would fit today's times, but it didn't work for me because I just don't remember Elvis being like that. So yeah, emo goth vamps. He didn't. They didn't make him look too much like a goth or a vamp, but definitely emo. But it was kind of weird, but it was just something I noticed. But Donkey Kong, your wife and my wife are gonna get along just fine. Just saying. Tammy says, Casey, I sent you some screenshots on Twitter. All right, let me take a look, Tammy. Sorry, let me read through these comments real quick though first. That's Elmo, myself. Sam I Am says, Casey, I put on eyeliner one time. I felt 10 times sexier. I'm trying to imagine myself in eyeliner, and I just can't see it happening. Did my mom ever tell you guys a story about how they made me up one time as Cassandra? We had a family reunion. I used to have really really long hair, and it was beautiful. Like all the women, all the girls loved my hair because it was really really long and nice and full, and it went down to the middle of my back. But we had a family reunion, and we thought it would be funny to dress me up as a girl, and they would introduce me as Cassandra, their cousin, to some of the cousins we didn't have before. That was probably the only time that I've ever had makeup put on me to where I was made up to look like a girl, and that was fun. It was fun laughter, fun haha, but that was about it. I didn't feel sexy though. Lisa says I like this chat group. Talk about everything. All right, wait. I gotta go check these out. I gotta go check these. Have I ever rocked a man bun? I don't think so. I don't recall having rocked a man bun. Brian says I never got to hear the poking the skunk with a stick story. Oh man, I got a lot of trouble for that one. I got a lot of trouble. I didn't get sprayed. I probably deserved to get sprayed, but I didn't get sprayed on that one. All right, let's look. I gotta look up the Twitter post with the pictures here. Give me a second. I don't want that. I see. Tammy, thank you. I will be diving into those later. What? Wait. Size. Tammy sent me some pictures of those trades that went through on AMC at approximately 12:34. She sent the ones she sent me were from 12:36. I see 12:36 on here, but that's okay. I'm sure there could have been a little bit of a time difference between the two. I'll say this, Tammy. I don't see thousands. Like, I mean, these numbers don't look big enough to represent a million. So I feel like maybe the time. Yeah, I kind of figured what it was. I figured that there would be. I think you got the wrong time frame. Honestly, I think that it should be earlier than 12:30. It should be 12:34. These are showing 12:36, and the size on these are not that large. Doesn't look. They don't look. Those orders don't complete enough. Tammy's my go-to on looking up on Fidelity Active Trader Pro. That thing constantly crashes on me on my computer, so I hate having it open when I'm streaming because I don't want to. Last thing I want to do is have a crash when I'm in the middle of a stream. Like, son of a gun. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to log into my broker, and let's see what happens here. Taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those thoughts for me until after I'm done taking a look at these numbers here. Move that and move this. All right, starting with off exchange. An hour ago is 48.89 and 10.3 in the EDGX. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. Currently showing 51.02 through the off exchange and 9.85 through the EDGX for a grand total of 60.87% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That's a little low for this time of the day. Not very high at all. In regards to the off exchange for Ape, an hour ago was 58.63 and the EDGX was at 8.76. It is now 58.35 and 8.91 for a grand total of 67.26. I think that's a little bit lower than it was before. It was approaching 70 earlier. Taking a look at, excuse me, I got hiccups. Go away. Taking a look at Ortex data. An hour ago, there was a reporting of 178,000 shares having been returned. It's now 321,000 shares borrowed. That's going to have an increasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float to upwards to 21.17%. Cost of borrow averages at 19.25. So far for our day over day, we have, starting over. There is currently 190.71 million shares on loan right now. With approximately 6.2, that being 6.2 million more day over day, and I'm estimating about 2.2 of that is in short interest, new short interest. So that probably made money with the price moving down like it did today. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 2.88 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.84. That's going to have the effect of decreasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.5% and cost of borrow average at 17.16%. Shares on loans, 155.85 million shares, which is 17.6 million shares day over day increase. Oh, I took you over too soon. Options. Highest amount of call options currently at a $22 strike price. An hour ago was 0.9 thousand contracts, is now 1,000 contracts. Puts, highest amount of contracts was at a $16 strike price with 4.8 thousand contracts, is now 6.7. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is 13th most heavily traded stock with a 75% buy to 25% sell ratio. AMC is 15th with a 79% buy to 21% sell ratio, and GME is in 24th with a 79% buy to 21% sale ratio. SSR trips at $8.61. For AMC, Ape is tripped today and trips at $6.15 today. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they borrowed another 50,000 shares for a grand total of 1 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day according to Stonko Tracker. Fees are currently at 18%. NASDAQ is down 2.53, Dow Jones is down 1.88, and S&P 500 is down 2.1. We currently have a flaming crap pile of a stock market with 5,450 decliners to 1,346 advancers. Laugh in the face of fear. The VIX is up 9.96, VTI is down 2.12, IWD is down 1.84, Tesla is down 1.79, Amazon is down 2.91, Cinemark is down 1.92, Doge is down 4.67, Bitcoin is down 3.72, GME is down 2.28, HYMC is down 4.05, Hood is down 4.54, NCMI 3.17, Ape 4.54, and AMC 2.66. They're all down. Inflow versus outflow. There's currently just a fraction of a smidgen of a hair over more inflow than outflow right now. With hold up a second. What are you guys seeing? All right, that's cool. With volume at 23.59 million shares having been traded so far. $219 minutes of traded, putting us on a pace for about 42 million shares traded by the end of the day today, and I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. So it looks like we're going to hit those numbers unless there's some kind of odd volume at the end of the day today. On the weekly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.08, which is slightly below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.26, which is signaling or definitely below average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.76, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.11, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.40, which is above average. On Ape, we've got $3 million. It's more like $2.2 million more in outflow than inflow. 8.18 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for 14.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 10 to 30 million. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.9, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, which appears to have divergence of those indicators coming up with a RSI of 46.51, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.49, which is slightly above average. Again, on Ape, we never hit a synthetic price failure. The closest we got was 631. Currently, price is at 653. 650 free. We were walking up to go to sleep last night, my wife and I, and I don't remember what it was I said. I said something. She said the whole free thing, and I was like, I didn't know you heard me saying that. And she's like, you've been saying it for years. And I was like, really? I guess I just don't remember saying it before. Brian Carpenter says he always avoids the skunk story. I do not. So it's not really a crazy story. If I have avoided it, it's only because of the fact that it's not really that crazy of a story. I mean, it's just we had neighbors when we used to live in Virginia. We had neighbors that owned a skunk. I didn't know this. I didn't know that they owned the skunk, but they owned a skunk down in a house, down at the end of the street from where I live. And I would constantly go over the people that owned that house there were kind of cool people, and I would always kind of, being the annoying little kid that I was, I'd always go over and talk to neighbors and stuff. But anyways, I would go over there, right over there, and one of these days they had one of those screened-in porches on the side of their house, and I went over there to right over there, and there was a skunk that was walking around in the inside of their screened patio area, and to this day, I've always wanted to see a skunk spray. I've gone to videos and I've seen it in videos before, but I want to see a skunk spray in real life. Like, that's just, I don't know what, it's kind of like that, see if you can put your finger in the fan and not get it chopped off kind of things for me. I've just always wanted to see a skunk spray. And so, of course, how do you do that? Well, you agitate it, I would assume. So I got a stick and started poking it through their nice screened-in porch area, right through the screen, and tried to agitate the skunk to where he would spray me. Well, what I didn't know was that he was a family pet and that he was desprayed, so he wasn't able to spray me. Yucca Free says, Casey, that's kind of freaky and kinky. I don't know what it is, man. It's just like, I just want to see a skunk spray. I don't know what it is. I've always wondered if it comes out in a stream or if it's a mist. So, no, if we're gonna do this in real life, myself, I got to be drunk. We're definitely doing this while I'm drunk because I don't want to get sprayed while I'm like completely sober. Uh, and I really, quite honestly, don't want to harm any animals. So, um, Yucca Free says it's a squirt. But see, I didn't know, so I wanted to see. I wanted to see as a kid. I never actually was able to get the stick all the way to poke it, but it was close enough to where I could scare it, and it would put its tail up, and the tail would like vibrate, but then nothing happened. But anyways, I destroyed their screen patio, and I got in a lot of trouble for that with my parents because apparently somebody I think saw me doing it, and then told my parents on me. Yeah, I got in a lot of trouble for that one. Food Dog, growing up, I was an incredibly inquisitive kid. I want to know how everything works. I wanted to know absolutely how everything works. In fact, one of the best books I ever got in my life was called The Way Things Work. Repo, thick, repo. Tell me what yesterday's numbers are for repo. 2.187. He knows me. He knows me so well that he put it in there already. I'm gonna go with 2.212. Walt says, Jackass, the Casey Shaw episode. I mean, seriously, I would. I don't know. There's something about poking the bear, I guess. Rem Taco, sorry. Rem Taco, here's the thing, Taco. I'm calling Taco now. Rem Taco. It's like the southern side of me coming out. Ram Taco, let me tell you something. uh, Watching on YouTube and experiencing it in real life is two different things. Like actually getting sprayed by a skunk, I think would be more invigorating. See, my real question here, guys, is can you dodge it? That's my real question. If you know it's coming, can you dodge it? I'm really more curious about whether or not I can dodge the spray. 2.182, so it dropped just a tiny bit, and it has, I think, day over day, wasn't it 97 yesterday thick for participants? So I think we're down to what, or we're up to 98 now. One more participant. That's right, Sam. I am. If you can dodge a spray, you can dodge a ball. Invigorating. Rose says, I had a husky shepherd that got skunked. I washed him in tomato juice. He turned pink for a week. Yeah, Brian Carpenter says, I think it's a squirt, not a spray. I think you're right, which is what makes me even more curious as to whether or not you can dodge it. Rem Taco says, I wanna watch you run around a backyard dodging skunk squirts. I would, I would totally do it. I would totally do it. I would totally run around a backyard trying to dodge skunk squirts. And I'd keep taking them like a champ too. And then I'd probably get hit like 20 times. Then I'd be like, a dodge one. I'd be like, I told you I could do it. Meanwhile, like, oh my God, we used to have a dog named Bojangles. My parents had a dog named Bojangles, and Bojangles loved to escape. Every time he would escape, he would manage to find himself a skunk and he would get sprayed. One time I went to go let him back into the house, and I kid you not, he had to have been freshly sprayed. I mean, freshly sprayed right in the face. I opened up the door and my eyes immediately started watering. His head barely made it through the door before I closed the door on his head, and I watched the liquid dripping off of his face. Oh God, it was so bad. Like smelling skunk and then smelling it fresh on an animal, like immediately fresh, is two totally different smells. They're not even the same smell. It's so much worse. Myself says, okay, let's just buy one skunk, put them in a cage together, then lower Casey into the cage hanging upside down from a rope. Man, you guys are like wishing harm on me and stuff? What the hell? PTW brand says, please, I'm getting lightheaded. Are you laughing too hard or are you or are you just grossed out by this? Brian Carpenter, I know. Bojangles was like that. He would always come back smelling awful. Pro Jeweler says it's a blinding. It is. It is a blinding smell. If you've never experienced it fresh, dripping off of another animal, uh, I don't know. It was. I can't even begin to describe how terrible it was. Sorry, BTW. I'll quit. I'll stop talking about it. Hey, that's what happens around here, Michael. That's what happens. It's Friday. It's Friday. Enjoy your Friday. We get to talk about. Brian Carpenter said, "Poor Bojangles." I don't think he even cared about it. That dog had been sprayed so many times. I don't even think it had impacted him at all. He didn't even seem to care. Ape says the squeeze has started. We're approaching 17 again. Let me just pull it up here. I've got 1584 is the combined. Is that live? Maybe that's not live. I think that's live. Myself says, can we get back to makeup, please? Was weird. That weirdly enough felt more comfortable. Yeah, well, that's that's me as a human being right there. Degenerate. Man, we've got ourselves some Powell's Bowels over here on AMC. The Bollinger Bands have got some nice little intestinal tracks going on right now. Nice compressions and decompressions. Well, Maggie says you're welcome to come to my house. There are plenty of skunk in Maine. When I first moved to Maine, a skunk died under our house. The smell remained years after the skunk was removed, especially when it rained. It's so terrible. Ape says the squeezes started. Give it an hour. It's Colin Powell. That's yeah. It's Powell's Bowel. Sam. That's why I call it the Colin. It's well, I said Powell's Bowels, but it's his Colin Powell. Yeah. Because I always think of Colin Powell and Jerome Powell whenever I say the names. I always interchange them, which unfortunately was sad because he just died not too long ago, and it seems disrespectful. It's too soon. Ooh, splashing water in skunk spray is probably the worst thing you could do. It just basically like makes more of a solution of some of the same bad stuff. Einstein says good things come to those who wait 2 weeks. 2 weeks. All right, let me see if I can get a chart going here. Let's take a look at this and see where this thing is heading. I'm going to get rid of the Bollinger Bands on AMC because I do feel like there's a bit of a pattern showing up here. We bounced off this level of support down here, which I had drawn out from a descending parallel channel that we had that kind of fit like two different time periods, oddly enough. But this level of support that we had right here, this other blue line that's going across here, we broke through that level of support. I do feel like there's a little bit of a wedge pattern forming right now that we may be able to see a breakout that, but it would probably be, my guess is would probably be heading down. Just gonna keep that there. I know it doesn't line up to anything on the end, but I'm just keeping it. I'm gonna suggest a breakout here, and let's go with trend channel. See which way this bad boy is gonna go. This is the trend channel is suggesting a breakout going down. We do have rising price with is this falling volume? It's hard to say. It's hard to say if this is falling volume or not. I really feel like it's kind of steady volume. So it's hard to say. Hard to say on this one. My guess is that we'll probably see some kind of this level of support right here that we broke through is now probably going to turn into a level of resistance. And then we'll probably see price do some kind of consolidating right up into this area here where it kind of creates like a kind of a triangle. You'll see maybe some consolidation here, perhaps a breakout going back down. At which point I would suggest it would probably retest like $9.21, the fib that I've drawn out there. So we'll watch that one. That is for AMC and Ape. Whatever I draw here is probably going to break through. Like almost instantly. Probably it's probably gonna break out really soon here. Like I don't even know why I'm drawing this, to be honest with you. It's too late for this. Uh, ascending price with what appears to be falling volume. Again, another breakout to the bottom side more than likely. But let's just check the trend channel to see if it confirms that. Yeah. More than likely. Doesn't have to. The one thing about wedges is they're really kind of difficult to figure out which way they're going to break. So you try to find clues. I wonder if I don't feel like I can do Fibonacci yet on this. All right. I can see what you guys are writing again. M height says should be another triangle, not a wedge. I think. Which one? If you're thinking about that for Ape, I could kind of see that. James says, is Bitcoin going under 20K? My guess is that I don't expect to see the big drop until it breaks past 19. So it might. Usually the big breaks though happen in the middle of the night, James, just because they catch the most people possible. Looks like AMC is going to start breaking out down here. Right now, it's not even going to wait for the box. It's going to go straight now. You guys are like more elevation. Oops, dropped my pen. BTW says the smell isn't germs or bacteria, it's an oleander, and it can be destroyed with ozone. Hey, Cuddy Cut, thank you, man. Well, I mean, it doesn't say over 200, but I mean, I think we can kind of extrapolate that data. I mean, we only have 4 days worth of information to draw a conclusion from. The on loan amount is obviously less than the total amount that has been borrowed through security lending. So if we pull the page back up, give me just a second, guys. I'm just going to show this real quick here on Ape in regards to Ortex data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a couple things here. I'm going to pull up on loan amount. I'm going to pull up security lending volume. I'm going to pull up shares returned. So the data, so on the very first day of reporting, I wouldn't even really count anything on this day just because the numbers were all super, super low. The security lending volume and the on loan amount were exactly the same amount. The next day after that, the on loan amount was 7.34 million. The security lending volume was 7.31. It was basically the same thing. So everything's coming from security lending volume, right? And there is no shares returned yet. It wasn't until Wednesday that we actually had shares being returned, and it was only 33.2 thousand shares. So it's basically the same stuff that was borrowed from the first day having been returned, almost the same amount of numbers, right? But in this particular case, you now have security lending volume of 130.91 million shares, an on loan amount showing up at 138.18, whereas if you take the total amount of shares from the previous day, the 7.31, you add it to the 138.18, and you probably, sorry, yeah, 7.34 million on loan and add it to the 130, and that comes up to 138.18 minus the on loan amount. It gives you the numbers you need to have. Then you go to today, and you've got on loan amount being at 155. Returned is 41 million shares, so we can start calculating this out now, right? So we had everything was matching up until Wednesday, right? Everything was all good. The numbers were all fine on Wednesday. Utilization didn't show 100% until today. So this is where you have a deviation of additional shares being loaned versus what's being reported as on loan. So you've got today showing, well, I guess this is today's data from yesterday, showing that there's 100 million shares that were loaned on top of the yesterday amount of 138. So let's do some math. We got 138 million shares plus the 100 million shares that they loaned, and I'm just going to keep it in millions. I'm not going to, and then you had a return of 41 million, which puts us, oops, hold on a second here. 138 plus 100 plus 0, oops, minus the 41 million shares that they returned, giving you 197 million shares on loan, but it only reports 155. So is 155 plus 41.15 equal 197? So let's check that out. 155.85. We'll just say 155. 155 plus 41, 196. What did I say? 197 or 196? I can't remember. It's been too long. It adds up, right? So it's really close. So, but we're showing 100% utilization. We're showing 100% utilization, which should have been at based off of yesterday's numbers, should have been 209 million shares, not 196 or 97 or whatever you want to call it, right? So now you can see where there's kind of there's some shares that are being hidden someplace, right? They're out on loan. We've got we're only having a reported on loan amount of 155 million, but somewhere out there is 109 as an additional. Let me do the math again. Damn it. I wish I could have a memory that would stay longer. 138 plus 100 minus 41. 197. Yeah, it's close enough. I'm rounding the numbers, so that's why it's off by 1. But so somewhere out there, there's an additional 41 million shares that are just kind of hanging out somewhere that aren't being reported, right? Because they only reported a return of 41 million shares. So somewhere there's an additional 41 million shares out there that that are just hanging out. Which, when that happened to AMC a long time ago, when we had utilization drive up to 100%, I told you guys it was the kitchen sink. Brian Carpenter says you should smoke weed like bigums. So weed works for some people, Brian, and then in some ways it works for some people, and then in other ways it doesn't work for other people. I probably need something different. I need something like crack. I've never tried anything beyond weed, so I can't say. But I mean, I think I can tell you right now, weed doesn't work for me. It really just doesn't work for me. Um, it'd be no different than drinking alcohol. I just get stupid. So, but I need something that helps me to focus, and because my brain's like mismatched, cross-wired, whatever works for you would be the opposite for me. So, the doctors actually told my mom when I was younger to give me coffee, which really actually kind of calms me down. Um, if I drink coffee, I can't because my brain's working so quick, so fast. The caffeine helps my brain to settle down and focus. And so coffee really helps me to just kind of narrow in on what it is that I'm trying to think about. So that works. It actually works for me. Coffee works really well in calming me down. I love drinking coffee to go to bed. Not everybody can do that. For me, coffee and sleep time go hand in hand. It's the craziest thing. Forrest says, "Can you just say hot cotch?" It's hawk. It's hawk cotch. You got to spell it right. But yeah, I was on Ritalin when I was younger, and I didn't like that. That was some messed up crap, man. I don't know. I don't know. That drug is some messed up. That's a messed up drug right there. That Ritalin is it's some messed up stuff. I'm telling you right now, I did not like how that shit made me feel at all. I used to hide it. My parents would give it to me. I'd put it in my mouth. It was chewable yellow tablets. I'd put it in my mouth and then I'd pretend like I was chewing and then I'd run upstairs. Well, I wouldn't run, but I'd go upstairs in my bedroom and I'd spit out in a toy. I had this one Star Wars toy. It was one of the ones from Empire Strikes Back, and it was one of those ones that had like guns on it and a little. It was like a tank, a little tiny tank. And I would spit the Ritalin into it, and I'd like move it around so that it would find its way to the bottom side of the Star Wars toy. And so somewhere out there, there is a Ritalin-filled Star Wars toy. Some kid out there has a old Star Wars toy that's filled with Ritalin. I think I may have done it to my X-wing fighter a couple times as well. You got to put it in the section where the character sits, and then you can like shake it around and twist it upside down and everything, and it gets lost inside. You know, the sad part is that there's probably some people that are listening to this going like, "There's no way this is a freaking true story," and it's so true. It's not even funny. This is this is true. This is all very, very true. Yeah, spit Ritalin. And not only is it spit Ritalin Rem Taco, it's what is it? Let's see. I would guess I was probably like what 10 back then. So 35. It's 35-year-old spit Ritalin. Spitalin. It's a brick. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Rem Taco, because the other part to that was is that I would because you know it would shake around it would it would shake around inside the toy, and so the solution that I had to fixing that was taking it into the bathtub with me for bath time, and making sure that it got nice and waterlogged. so, so it formed a brick, and it would adhere itself to the inside of the toy and it wouldn't shake as much. You gotta be tricky, man. When you're hiding pills, you gotta be tricky. Oh man, Dana's over here is like, you're straight up criminal. I'm like the exact opposite of a pill popper. I'm a pill hider. What do they call it? I'm not a pill pusher. I'm a pill hoarder. Bernie Madoff says, I've come to the sober realization that I don't continue to hold this stock in anticipation of a MOASS. I hold it because I enjoy pain and torture. It's okay. It's okay, Bernie Madoff. You'll come to here. It's just a little, you just need a little more time. Dynamite says, I call that a dealer. I didn't sell it though. I wasn't trying to sell it to anybody. In fact, I didn't even like it. Why would I give it to somebody else? If I didn't like it, why would anybody else like it? I had no idea what it was worth back in the 80s. Actually, it probably had no worth back in the 80s. I don't know. Did people take Ritalin back in the 80s for fun? I don't know. Here's a question. I haven't taken Ritalin since I was probably like 10 or 11. Do you think that I could go into a doctor's and ask them for some Ritalin for my condition and see if they would just give it to me? I mean, I'm not saying I would want it, but that's like 35 years ago. I don't think I would ever subject myself to uh, taking that stuff. I have no idea what 714s are. I have no idea what that is. Never. Is that what was printed on the back side of the pill? The number? I just remember that they were yellow and chewable and tasted like chalk and made me feel spaced out. I feel like 714 was the number it was. I bet you that's a drug number. A Quaalude, due to the markings on the roar and the lemon pharmaceutical companies put on the tablets. I've never done anything besides alcohol or weed. I've never done mushrooms, never done anything. The idea of injecting something into me is like I can't even imagine doing that. Like why? Why in the freaking like I don't even want to go to the doctor's office and get my blood drawn. Why in the world would I want to stick a needle into me to put something else inside of me? Like that doesn't make any sense. Like I've never met somebody that's like, "Yeah, I want to go get my shots at the doctor." I've never I've never met somebody that goes like, "I get off on going to the doctor's office and getting shots." Yeah, that's what I do. It's like, so why in the world would you, what would in the world would lead you to be like, yeah, I'm gonna stick a needle inside of me and put some crap inside of me? Like that is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. But see, MCon, how can you have an addiction unless you've tried it? You can't have an addiction unless you tried it. Who is the person that says, I'm gonna stick a needle in my arm because that feels good at the doctor's office? It makes no sense to me whatsoever. And then you're injecting something into it and you're like, oh yeah, that's gonna be good for me. Yeah, that should be good. I don't really know what it is, but I'm putting it inside my body. What the? Who does that? Who does that stuff? I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. I don't understand it. It's bad enough to smoke things. Bernie Madoff's like, who's the first person that ate an oyster? That's what I'm saying. Who does this shit? It's the same. You know who does this shit? It's the same guy who goes out and says, I wonder what'll happen when that thing sprays me." And we've come full circle. Oh boy. I can't make this stuff up. Captain Austin says, "I know the feeling. I've been a type 1 diabetic for over 15 years and took 8 shots a day, but I still can't stand it because I don't like harming myself to stay alive. I don't know anybody who likes sticking himself with a needle. I don't know. I've never met somebody that genuinely goes like, yeah, that sounds like fun. Let's do that." That's not true. That's not entirely true. There are those people that do those. Have you guys seen the people that like hang themselves from like legit? They like put these like needles through their back, like they're rods. They're not needles. They're rod. Let's just get straight. They put rods through their body and then hang themselves from their skin, so they can feel weightless. Like, dude, I won't stick a needle in my body. There's no way you're getting a rod through me. This is not. It's not gonna happen. That's. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. I don't understand that. I can't comprehend it. I can't comprehend that kind of stuff. My brain doesn't want me to go there. For real, Sam, I am. They do that crap. There's people that suspend themselves. They put these metal rods through their skin and then hang from these metal rods. It's gross. It's gross, man. But then you got these monks that are going out there and getting themselves kicked in the balls. It's like, give me another, right in the jimmy. Ah, I'll take another one. They're like hitting themselves over and over, like they're punching bags, and it's like, what? All we're doing is buying and holding a stock. There's guys out there punching their nut sacks. I, I'll take this, please. Can I have more AMC shares? I will avoid the nut sacks, the nut sack punching bags. I just don't get people. I don't get people. There's something wrong. Oh yeah, that feels good. My dad used to make that punching sound from Indiana Jones, the one that I'm trying to make right now, not nearly as he does. And that sound. Oh man, those are like the most epic hit sounds ever. This is not what I would consider to be a breakout. I mean, this thing's just kind of falling out of this wedge right here. This by no means constitutes. This is just consolidating right now. Watch for something maybe in the next couple minutes on AMC, and then which is at $9.26 with 25 million shares traded. Taking a look at AMC or Ape rather, it's actually breaking to the upside on a upwards trending wedge, which somebody I think was mentioning that I should turn into a triangle, which it could have been. And I started to look at that, but the problem is that it was already past that point. It wasn't really moving quickly, and you can see now that it's actually breaking out of the point that I had lined up from earlier, it's actually starting to run pretty quickly. So it's breaking upwards on a. Okay, it may have been a false breakout. Hold on. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Why were the hit sounds in Indiana Jones like the most epic hit sounds ever? You know that they weren't Seagal movies did that too. You know that those sounds were obviously not really. I mean, even as kids, we knew those weren't really people getting hit sounds, right? But they were epic though. Like they just had like that like perfect epic sound of just like you wanted hits to sound like that. Like every time you ever wanted to hit, you know, whoever it was you wanted to hit, you wanted it to sound like that when you hit them. I'm trying to remember. I feel like the Bruce Lee movies were more of a they had like less of a reverb sound to them. It was more like right? But then the Bruce, but that was the Bruce Lee ones. But then the Indiana Jones had more of the it had like the multiple hits sounding effect. It was like the reverberating punch. Do you remember Wall Street Firm's midget throwing contest from the 1980s? These guys are evil. Yeah, I remember that movie. All right, I'm gonna have to pull me up some Jackie Chan, maybe some. Oh, what was the name of that? What was the name of the one where it was like a knockoff? It was a knockoff kung fu movie, but it was in English. But the guy like made I can't remember what that was called. Enter the Dragon or something. Was it just Kung Fu? The name of the movie? Hold on a second, I'm gonna look it up. You guys are like, what was the name of that Kung Fu movie? I don't even want to hear it. It wasn't Kung Fu. I'm not seeing it. Maybe Fury? No, it wasn't Kung. Oh, Kung Fury's. If that's the one I think it is, that's pretty epic. But that's not the one I'm thinking of. I feel like the one where they're making fun of Kung Fu movies. I don't remember what it's called though. Mm, I don't see it. This is making me want to watch some Kung Fu movies though this weekend. Enter the Fist. Kung Fu Enter the Fist. I think that's it. Maybe? Yeah, Kung Pao. That's it. Kung Pao Enter the Fist. That one's pretty funny. I can't stop laughing. The Kung Pao Enter the Fist I thought was pretty funny. Kung Fu Hustle is great, super funny. I don't know if I've seen that one. I may have seen some clips from that one. Yeah. Charter's still holding on AMC. It is. I can't believe how far the ape is crawling up that wedge. That ape is crawling up that wedge. That is really tight. Why? Why does it sound so dirty? I'm not meaning to sound that. They're just words. Yeah. What is Casey talking about? Wedge tight crawling up. Maccabee says that's how you get monkeypox. Anything by the Shaw Brothers is great. What? What time is it? 12:59. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. We'll see what happens here. I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a. Let me check the Bollinger Bands real quick on AMC, the one on the left. I mean, there's a lot of expansion and contraction on the Bollinger Bands, which consolidation periods followed by breakouts, and it's almost starting to kind of look like it did yesterday, where there's just not a whole lot of trades going on. You can see, like, per minute right now, we're getting probably on average somewhere around like 30,000 shares a minute. Maybe it could be slightly more than that. It might be around like 48,000, but you can just tell that there's just a lot of just, I guess I should say, just not a whole lot of volatility. It's not reacting very quickly. Just another ape. I'm actually really surprised too. Yale says the Shaw brothers were the producers of kung fu films in Hong Kong. I had no idea. Thick's like, Thick's like, the words for the day are squirt, spray, and tight. Brought to you by the words spray, squirt, and tight. The magic number. Guys, I had an opportunity to be in a space call last night with Elmo. He was in there, and I really wanted to say, "Hey, Elmo, I sent you a DM." And then before I had a chance to blurt it out, he was gone. He left, and I was like, "Son of a!" I was so pissed. I was like, I really wanted to use it as an opportunity to just be like, "Hey, Elmo, I'm waiting to hear back from you on the DMs." Catch him in an awkward moment, so he has to check. All right, it's time to take a look at the numbers. We are starting to get a little bit more movement out of AMC, and I'm kind of expecting there to be more movement inside this box here. On the other hand, Ape is just kind of moseying its way up this. It looks like the level of support on the bottom side of this wedge is accurate. I think maybe I have the this might be drawn out like just a little too tight. It could be something along the lines of this, in which case I probably would have put the box here, but that's still too far back. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. It definitely looks like it's consolidating quite a bit while it's kind of moving up, but slowly, very slow pace. But let's go ahead and take a look at the numbers and see what's going on here. All right, 1 second. Taking you guys over to the other screen. Hold those personal thoughts that you want to ask of me. And until you see the big tramp back up on the page again. I will not be able to see what it is you guys are reading. So let me go ahead and log into my broker. Two-factor authentication. If you guys don't have it, you may want to get it. It could prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. I get tired of saying that, but if it helps at least just one person, I'll feel bad. I'm gonna feel bad for any person that has something terrible happen in an opportunity like this. Off exchange 51.02 an hour ago and 9.85. Let's see what it looks like now. $51.19 through the off exchange, and the EDGX is at 9.57, giving us 60.76% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That's lower than an average day by this time of the day. It's not as high as normal. Off exchange for Ape was 58.35 an hour ago and 8.91 through EDGX. Let's refresh that one and see where it's at. Now showing 57.83 and 9.25 through the EDGX for a grand total 67.08. So less volume going through that off exchange, which could be part of the reason why price is running up right now. Less off exchange volume would mean more realized potential price gain. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex for AMC, it was reporting 321,000 shares having been barred. It's now 404,000 shares. Not much of a change there. It should have an increasing effect on estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 21.16%. Cost of our average is 19.45%. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 190.71 million shares, which is 6.2 million shares higher than it was yesterday. I'm estimating about 2.2 million of that was in short interest and likely made money today. An hour ago on Ape, 3.84 million shares had been returned. It's now 4.34 million shares. That's going to have a decreasing effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.4%. Cost of borrow average is at 17.58. Shares on loan is at 155.85 million shares, with that being an increase of 17.6 million shares day over day. In regards to options, highest amount of call volume was at a $22 strike price an hour ago. There was 1,000 contracts. There is now same amount, no change. That's because the highest amount of volume is switched to a $17 strike price, not 22, and there's 1.4 thousand contracts there. On puts, highest amount of volume was at a $16 strike price an hour ago. It was 6.7 thousand contracts. It's now 10.6 thousand. It almost seems to me, based on what Ortex said earlier that I read, it almost seems to me like they're buying in the money puts so that they can collect shares, exercise to collect shares. Because if they exercise to collect shares, that would give them one AMC. No, that would only be from the past though. That wouldn't entitle them to one AMC and one Ape now. I don't know, guys. I don't know. There's something going on here. I'm gonna figure it out over this weekend. I'm gonna try to. Orders by Fidelity customers. Ape is currently trading 13th most heavily traded stock with 74% buys to 26% sales. AMC is 15th with 78% buys to 22% sales, and GME is currently in 25th with 79% buys to 21% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $8.61. It is not triggered for the day today. Shares having been borrowed, no change from an hour ago. Still no ETFs showing up as available to borrow. Also, SSR tripping price for Ape is $6.15, also not tripped. SSR is on for today because it was tripped yesterday, though. NASDAQ is down 3.07%. Dow Jones is down 2.24%, and the S&P 500 is down 2.51%. The VIX is down 10.79%. VTI is down, sorry, let me rephrase that. The VIX is up 10.79%. The VTI is down 2.53%. IWD is down 2.1%. Tesla is down 2.42%. Amazon is down 3.97%. Cinemark is down 2.87%. Doge is down 6.54%. Bitcoin is down 4.67%. GME is down 2.78%. HYMC is down 4.91%. Hood is down 4.28%. NCMI is down 3.17%. Ape is down 3.51%. And AMC is down 3.61%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we have $2 million more in outflow than inflow, with 26 million shares having been traded so far on AMC. Let's see. We're on pace for about 35 million shares by the end of the day today for AMC, which is right within the target range that I had suggested of 20 to 40 million. On the weekly time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.92, which is below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.97, which is below average. On an hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.86, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, there is more equal amounts of. It looks like there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.45, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence within the last 15 minutes, and RSI at 44.98, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's currently $3 million more in outflow than inflow, with 9.41 million shares having been traded so far. We're on pace to finish around 12.7 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million in pre-market. So it looks like we're on pace to hit that. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.26, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with multiple divergences here of that number, with RSI at 49.46, which is basically even. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.35, which is just slightly above average. Okay, that's more of a dropout right there. And it was almost kind of right in the middle of the box, but like this just didn't really seem like a real full. I think we're just getting more volume going through now, and it is attempting to drop through the fib of support at 921. And for Ape, it finally broke out of that wedge. It did head down, but it's not moving down very quickly. AMC is at 919 and Ape is at 659. The grand combined total between the two, $15.79. You guys are commenting on Sam or Trey? Trey's energy is suited for trading. And then Dana said Sam, he's done pretty well for himself, although his energy is very different today than it was a year ago. You know, sometimes people just go through stuff. You know, like last week losing my father-in-law, you know, to be honest with you guys, it was rough coming back this week. And it was coming back into a whole bunch of like just, I mean, the FUD that happened over the weekend was just terrible. And so everybody was coming back in with like just tons and tons of like this, that, and the other. And it was just kind of it was, to be honest with you guys, it was very overwhelming. And I feel like you guys could sense it, but I know I could, I certainly was feeling it. But you never know. You never know what's going through somebody's life and why they might be up one day and why they might be down the next. I'm sure not every YouTuber spills their beans about everything in their life. Don't worry about it, Sam. I am. Well, I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but Donkey Kong. I'm just saying you never. I don't know if I was necessary. I'm not trying to be understanding. You never know what somebody's going through. You know what I mean? Like you don't know. Monty says, how can you all watch the line all day when it's doing nothing? I don't. They don't have to. Sometimes it's entertaining. Nobody's nobody's on a leash here. That's for sure. One way or the other, I'll be here doing it one way or another. Ooh, Darren says, which is more serious for the country, Casey, the national shortage of baby formula or the local shortage of adult diapers near Wall Street? Oh man, I'm gonna go with the kids every time, man. I'm going with the kids every time because those poor kids need some food. Yeah, you just never know what's going through somebody's life at any given time. I always try to remember that, like whenever I talk to somebody, you know, and I feel like there's something like just out of the norm, like maybe something's just slightly up. You can tell, right? And you know, so for YouTube personalities, when they come on and they do these streams, you know, you can tell when there's like a change, right? You know something's up. You're like something's off with them today, and you know they don't have to, you know, they probably don't want to disclose everything that's going on in their life. You know, maybe they've got a big 8-inch dildo sitting background and they're having a really happy day that day. You know, you go like, wow, somebody had some fun. You know, you can take some guesses. But you know, mom, if you're listening, you have to just know. You have to know. Trey had a live stream where he started streaming and he had a big old huge giant joystick sitting in the background. So, you know, but you know what I'm saying, guys? Like, you know it. You know when something's up. Uh, I did. I just went there. Myself says, "Are you insinuating YouTubers are people too?" I am. Yeah, I know. Sorry, mom. She's like, I was showing your grandma today. Then you had to go and say that. I could just see her saying that. Like I was watching it with your grandma today, and I'm like, oh no, what did I do? Jeff says you just mentioned something, and then Judy just gave me the wink. I love you, one buddy. Well, we'll see you later, Jeff. Have a great day. Don't have a good day, Jeff. Have a great day. Helping one ape out at a time. That's my job. But Donkey's like, can we get back to teabagging? This is probably legitimately the only YouTube where people can go and like watch and see a breakout going down and not people going like, what's going on with price? Why is it breaking down? I mean, it does happen here on occasions, but it's one of the few places where you can go where you can actually like, start laughing a little bit when price is breaking downwards. I would hope. Sam, I need to play some like burn chicka burn music right now. Like just go on hold. It is 1:20. It's break time. Hold on a second. I'm gonna type this in. I'm gonna look for some burn chicka burn music for Jeff over here. Oh, you like sexy time? So I put in sexy music in this music generator. I don't even. It advertises for me, so I'm not gonna give it any extra. And I got 3 different channels that popped up. Monument music, because that's what apparently they call it nowadays, is monument. Yeti music, which that I don't even understand that. Is that like a hairy Yeti? I don't get it. I don't know. And then wrecked music. Wrecked. Which one do you guys want? Of the 3, what do you want to choose? James of Arizona says, big trampoline, please. All right, we'll put in a trampoline before I go to break. And I need to know which Yetis need love too. I need to know which one. I need a vote. And I'm not going to cancel the current vote to put that in because it's an important vote there. Which one are we gonna donate to Jeff? Zipper Wookie music. Wrecked music. Sam I am says wrecked music. Boy. All right, let's give it a sample. Let's do a sampling while I draw the big tramp on here. We'll do a sampling of the wrecked music and see if this guy looks shady. This is the very first song, just to throw this out there, is called Deep Stone. Deep Stone, where you get wrecked. What the heck? All right, here we go. We're gonna sample this while I draw a couple big trampolines. This is good. Do you like getting wrecked? Because this is almost like a truck commercial where we wreck those rocks. Because we wreck them deep, like a deep stone rock. Rock strong. Oh yeah. I can't make this shit up, guys. This is real life right here. Oh yeah, this one's for Jeff. Rock strong. I can't even draw. This is too funny. I feel this is like an intro for like Kid Rock or something. I think Kid Rock just entered the building. Oh, I thought it was going to end right there. I was like, don't you dare leave us hanging. That's right. All right, the next song is called Road Trippin'. You'll never get this kind of technical analysis anywhere else. This is where we get wrecked. And we draw big tramps. Last call. Grab your girl and get out of here before the ugly lights come on. All right, this next song is called On the Edge. Oh, yeah. All right, I'm out, guys. I'll be back at 2, and we'll do the big tramp after we run through the numbers.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.